Sorry.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. This is open session meeting procedures. We're at 100 Polk Avenue in Cape Canaveral at the City Hall Council Chambers. Today is December 21st, 2021. It is 5:30 p.m. roughly. And this is a training session for me, the mayor, our mayor pro tem, and advisory board chairs and vice chairs, and I think anyone else who wants to sit in. This session will be training session will be facilitated by the city attorney, Anthony Garganizi's office, and his city staff. Thank you for doing this. And in accordance with the Florida Sunshine Law, it is imperative that all elected and appointed officials, attendees refrain from discussing any city business not directly related to the meeting procedures training prior to this meeting. So thank you. With that, Mr. City Attorney.
Okay, good evening, City Council and members of the audience. This is going to be Robert's Rules through a fire hose. So I'm going to try to cover a lot of ground, very short period of time. It's just a cursory overview. So let's just begin right away from, I guess we're not going to begin right away. Hold on one second. Hit the wrong button. Okay, from the City Council's perspective, as you know, City Council rules of procedure specifically state that you will conduct your business using Robert's Rules of Order to the extent applicable. Robert's Rules of Order are a parliamentary procedure, of course. I think anyone who's served on a governmental board or any other board, they generally follow Robert's Rules. It's probably the most popular set of organizational rules. There are exceptions to the rules, of course. Florida statutes have their own procedures for various things, the city charter, the city code, quasi-judicial rules. So while Robert's Rules is in the background to run your meeting, there are other rules that take precedent in certain settings and certain action items that you have to consider. Under Robert's Rules, it's very fundamental that the mayor or the chair impartially presides over the meeting and enforces the rules of procedure with parliamentary guidance if necessary. Why are parliamentary rules so necessary? Well, all meetings of governmental boards must use some sort of proper procedure, otherwise you're going to be completely dysfunctional. The rules help bring civility and decorum to your proceedings. It assists the city council or any other board in doing business in a decent, respectful, and fair way. And that's very fundamental and very, very necessary. Otherwise, you could end up with chaos in your meetings. It helps the council conduct business in an orderly way. It also ensures that the majority of the council has a right to decide, and the minority has a right to be heard. Let me say that one again. The majority of the governing board has the right to decide. The minority always has a right to be heard. All members have a right to be heard, but at the end of the day, it's the majority that has the right to decide, and that's really the essence of the rules. It's to help conduct business. To conduct business, the council has to vote and has to act by majority vote, not minority vote. It also helps, the rules help create legally supportable actions. While your actions may not always be correct or the best, each action must be correctly made in accordance with proper procedure. Also the rules provide an opportunity to provide effective and clear decisions and direction of the city council. It helps avoid dysfunction and problems when you comply with your rules. There are common problems when you don't follow rules that you need to kind of keep in mind. Common problems under the umbrella of Robert's Rules are not presenting matters through the mayor or the chair. All discussion should be directed through the chair. That's a fundamental rule under Robert's Rules. Breakdowns of decorum occur when that does not happen. You end up with individual conversations. You have people talking over each other. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to actually conduct your meetings in an orderly manner when everybody is in a free-for-all discussion. You direct your comments and the whole proceeding through the chair of the meeting. There's another common problem that council members tend to do, and I'm not singling out any council member or any council, but it happens in my 29 years of representing municipal governing bodies. Council members make suggestions or referrals, one council member, and they assume it is so ordered without a majority of council members agreeing. You have to vote. A vote must be taken, or the mayor, as the chair, the presiding officer, must ask if there are any objections in order for some clear direction or decision that's made. Another common problem is council members and the public straying off the subject matter of the agenda item. You know, when you stray off of the agenda that's presented, valuable time is lost for the matter that you're actually supposed to be considering and acting on. It leads to late meetings because you stray off of your agenda, off of the subject matter that you're considering. It causes confusion when you go off of agenda items. If you have an agenda item for specific subject matter, you don't digress and get into a discussion about something totally unrelated. That wastes time, it causes confusion, and all of the above. It's the main duties of the mayor to lead the meeting. It's an art form to preside over a meeting. The mayor or the chairman has to carefully listen, watch to see that the meeting stays on subject. Other council members can remind the mayor if things are going off of, and I'm going to get into this, off of topic. Council members or observers, another problem is they don't understand the motion or the vote outcome. It's the responsibility of the chair and the mayor to always make the council and the observers aware of the motion before them. So the result of the final vote needs to be stated by the mayor once a decision is made. That's proper form. Motion should be stated in the positive, not in the negative. Nothing's more confusing when a member makes a motion in the negative. People have to stop and think, well, what is that? I mean, you need to make your motions very positive and proactive. Another common problems, members don't understand, they don't have a basic understanding of the rules. You can't follow the rules if you don't know them. So I would encourage you at least have a basic understanding of the rules, of Robert's rules. Another common problem is conflicts on council arise when you don't follow the rules. When matters are resolved, when matters are resolved through disregard of members' rights. That's one particular problem. There are certain rights to be heard for all council members. When you disregard the rights of your individual council members, it creates conflict. Another conflict arises when individual members of a board view their position on an item as superior or mutually exclusive to the position taken by the majority of the members. Again, it's the majority that rules. The majority makes decisions, sets direction. Individual members do not. When they do or try to, that creates conflict. Another common problem, members sometimes use the rules to play games or hinder the decision-making function of the board. Parliamentary procedures are not for purposes of playing games or hinder. The goal of the procedures is to actually come to a decision of the majority of the board. It's so fundamental in Robert's rules. It's all about coming to a decision in an orderly way, so the organization can function. Always, showing mutual respect. Showing respect for the rules results in demonstrating mutual respect among board members. It shows respect to the governing body as an institution. It also shows respect for the citizens that you represent. Fundamental principles of Robert's rules, very quickly. A quorum of the council must be present to act. Issues considered by the council must be presented so that a question is brought before the city council for action. And there's a basic flow and rhythm to that. When these agenda items are presented to the city council, they're presented hopefully in a form where you can actually make some decision. A decision needs to be made. I know you have discussion items from time to time where you have more of a free-flow discussion, but in terms of conducting the business of the city, that's why you have agenda items. They're teeing up matters to be decided by the board. So the agenda items are presented. You know, the items are presented with background information by staff or any other expert. You're taking public input. Council members then have an opportunity to ask questions, to gain additional information before they engage in debate. A motion is made, debate on the motion commences, and then there's a vote on the motion. So that's kind of a basic flow or rhythm that Robert's Rules the structure of Robert's Rules kind of leads you down that path, I think, in my opinion. There are variations. There's flexibility and fluidity to agenda items, but that's just kind of a basic rhythm and structure that I put in the PowerPoint. Another fundamental principle is that a motion's required, so the members understand what is expected of them should the motion pass. There's only one main question that should be considered at a time in a motion, and the motion must be clear. How else can you make informed decisions if you don't have, the question presented before you in a clear manner? Other fundamentals: no member should speak or interrupt until recognized by the chair. Again, everything flows through the chair. An issue is the item under discussion. Personal remarks and attacks are always out of order under Robert's Rules. Refrain from attacking a member's motives. That would not be proper under Robert's Rules. Robert's Rules require that the chair maintain strict impartiality during discussion because as the presiding officer, it's the role of the presiding officer to ensure justice and equality of all members. All members are treated equal. Interruptions from the General Assembly or the audience should not be encouraged by members of the board or tolerated by the council. That's why you have a sergeant of arms sometimes. Sometimes you have members of the public that are very unruly. And that's why you have a sergeant of arms in some situations. Another fundamental is that a vote must be taken. I know that's stating the obvious, but it is a fundamental. Any matter decided must not conflict with applicable rules of law. And another fundamental is finality of a motion. Once a motion is made and a decision is made, you move on. The action has been taken. There's no more debate on the item. The board has decided. So the most fundamental motion is handling the main motion. The main motion is the motion to take action. The chair recognizes a member of the board. The member then, once recognizes, for example, will say, I move that. I move that the city buy a car, for example. The main motion is seconded by another member. Once it's seconded, the motion now belongs to the board. Not the member that made the motion or the second. It's now the governing body's motion because it's on the floor. Procedurally, the chair would typically restate the main motion. It is move that the city buy a car. So it's clear, right, what the action item that's being asked of the council is before you. The chair then asks for debate or if there's any discussion on the main motion. The maker of the main motion typically has the right to speak first if recognized by the chair. Every member has a right to debate if the motion is debatable. All debate must be relevant only to the motion. Like the motion is the city is going to buy a car. You don't talk about dogs on the beach. Okay, it's just totally irrelevant and would not be proper and would be out of order. The chair typically refrains from the debate while they're presiding, but the chair also gets to participate. But being the chair is an art form. I mean, you're trying to facilitate discussion of all impartiality, giving everybody their chance. where the chair, at least with the city council, interjects himself or herself as an art form. You're trying to get it all out there before the board actually votes. The general rule, I know this may come as a surprise, each member may only speak twice on the same question during the same day. Endless and unlimited commentary by members is not acceptable under Robert's rules. Again, that's a general rule. Once a main motion is made, and I'm going to just touch upon this really quick, later on, there are subsidiary motions that may be made once there's a main motion, like you have postpone indefinitely, amend, refer, postpone to time certain, limit debate, call the question, table. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. And then lastly, procedurally, a vote is taken. The chair says something like, all those in favor of the motion say aye, those opposed say no, or the mayor will turn to the clerk and say, take the roll on the main motion, and then you all vote. So that slide right there is just general procedure for handling a main motion. And then, as I indicated, there are these, now I'm kind of getting in the weeds on subsidiary motions and order of precedence. There are various other motions that can be made other than a motion to move to approve something. They're called the subsidiary motions. And there's a table. It says, you see along the left side, it says the objective would be the closed meeting, recess, complaint by a member, temporary lay aside, closed debate, limited extended debate. That's along the column, first column. And then I got an example of what you would say to present that motion. There's another column, whether a second is required or not. There's another column about whether or not the subsidiary motion can be debated. There's another column, whether or not it can be amended, and there's another column about how many votes necessary to adopt a subsidiary motion. And this is kind of in the weeds. You'll have the chart. You can go back and look at it later, but I want to talk about a couple of them in particular. The first one is complaint by a member. Sometimes if meetings go awry, rules are not being followed, any member has the ability to raise a question of privilege. And you can actually interrupt the meeting if the rule is not being followed. And you can, say, I raise a question of privilege, we didn't take public input, for example, right? It's things like that. Or raise a question of privilege, I wasn't given the opportunity to speak on this item before a vote. Those types of privileged interruptions don't require a second. They're not debatable, they're not amendable, and there's no vote taken, but you're getting an opportunity once a main motion has been put on the floor to raise these questions of privilege. That's one thing I wanted to bring up. The other that we always hear from time to time is the call the question. That's a subsidiary motion. A motion has been made and seconded for the city to buy the car. There's a lot of debate that goes on. You've taken public input. The debate is going on and on and on. You'll hear a member say, call the question. Some will misunderstand that to mean the debate is over, right? There must be a vote. That's not the case. Call the question requires a second from another member, and it requires 2/3 vote. Because really what call the question is all about is closing the debate. And it's a proper motion if the debate has been going on too long, but it requires a second and it requires a 2/3 vote. There's also another motion that can be made, a subsidiary motion, if debate is going too long, that's to limit debate. Like, I make a motion to limit debate for 10 minutes. We're running out of time. Second. Okay, so that, is it debatable? No. Can it be amended? Yes. You know, you can amend it to say, well, let's make it 15 minutes. But that requires 2/3 vote. So rather than call the question, there's an ability to raise a subsidiary motion on a motion that's on the floor to limit debate to a certain amount of time. It requires 2/3 vote. There's a couple of other subsidiary motions, like you have a motion on the floor and you want to refer the matter to the Planning and Zoning Board. You could make a motion, well, before we vote on this, let's move that this matter be presented to the Planning and Zoning Board for a recommendation. You know, that's an example of a subsidiary motion. So that's all the time we really have to kind of go over, you know, some of the ones I wanted to talk about. There are also incidental motions that arise incidentally and are decided immediately, like enforcing rules. You can interrupt a meeting, a member can interrupt a meeting to call a point of order if the rules are not being followed, and at which point there's no vote that needs to be made, but it's the purpose of the point of order is to get the board back on track following the rules and the process that you all have adopted. Another one, a key incidental motion is to submit a matter to the governing body. If the presiding officer is not following the rules or has made a decision on the rules, I should say, and the board didn't agree with that decision, another member could make a motion to appeal the decision of the chair. That would require a second. Debate occurs, and it varies. There's some special rules here and there. And then a majority of the board can vote to overrule the chair's interpretation of or decision regarding the rules. Again, it comes back to the governing body by majority vote controlling the day, right? So there is that ability to appeal decisions made by the chair regarding the rules. Another incidental, you know, suspending the rules. If there was a need to suspend the rules and there was a motion and a second, you only can suspend the rules if there's a 2/3 vote of the governing body, so not a super majority. Divide the motion is an interesting one. There are some instances where, let's say that the motion was to motion and a second to buy a car not to exceed $10,000. You know, you can divide that motion if necessary, and maybe this isn't a great example, but you can motion to divide the question as to whether or not you want to buy the car, and the other aspect of it would be how much you want to spend. Okay, so if you lump too many things into a motion, and you may agree with some and not all, you can divide the question into component parts and at least progress on the fact that you want to buy a car, and then you guys can debate whether or not how much money you want to spend on the car, right? It's ultimately, you know, you can do things like that under the rules. It's called, you know, divide the question that's presented. And then there's other matters like parliamentary questions. You can interrupt the meeting and, you know, make a parliamentary inquiry on the rules. It's not something that you vote on, but, you know, a question of parliamentary procedure can be raised, you know, by a member during the meeting. Also, requests for information can be made without a vote if necessary by members. And then, you know, every now and then decisions are made, and then how do you bring a matter back under Robert's rules? As you know, sometimes items are tabled, and once they're tabled, you have to take them off the table in which to to discuss them again. And, there's a way to do that. Every motion to remove from the table requires a second. It's not debatable. It's not amendable. It's majority vote on bringing it off the table. Sometimes there's debate. It's not on the substance of the matter that's been tabled, but the debate is about whether it's appropriate to remove it from the table. It's a fine line there, but it's not. You have to remove something from the table in order to get back onto the substantive discussion that was tabled in the first place. Canceling previous actions of the council can be done through motions to rescind. That requires a second majority vote. The motion to reconsider, that's another way to bring matters back before the council, but that's only at the same meeting. So if you make a decision early on in the meeting and you want to take it back up for reconsideration, a motion to reconsider can occur at the same meeting, but not at a subsequent meeting. You'd have to consider motions to rescind or to take it back up. That's another alternative, but you can't use the motion to reconsider in subsequent meetings. Oops. And then there's a thing called dilatory motions. Those are improper parliamentary motions for purposes of delaying or obstructing business. At the end of the day, under Robert's rules, the council has a right to protect itself from dilatory motions. A minority of the board cannot constantly make motions that are not in order and that could stop business. Again, Robert's rules is all about conducting business in an orderly manner. The chair first calls the motion out of order, and then if members' tactics continue, it's within the presiding officer's ability not to recognize the member. If the chair fails to act, of course, as I mentioned before, there's a way to appeal the chair's decision, and then a majority of the board gets to decide the proper way to handle a matter procedurally. So that's kind of like fire hose Robert's rules. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I would encourage you to look at the chart with all the different motions that I put in there. It might be a helpful cheat sheet on how to use some of the procedures under Robert's rules.
City Attorney, thank you very much. Council, we've got about a minute. I would ask that any questions we can email, but I just want to thank you and your firm for putting this together for us.
All right, my pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, and I just got word that copies of this presentation will be emailed. So with that, the meeting procedures meeting is adjourned. We'll get started here in about 1 minute with the regular city council meeting. Welcome, everyone. If you've got public comments, there are some comment cards in the back. Ask that you please fill those out. Thank you. It looks like this. If you want to speak on more than one agenda item, we just ask that you bring it to our Sergeant at Arms or our city clerk and fill out separate cards so that I can decipher between which items we have. And thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Today is December 21st. It is Tuesday, 6 o'clock p.m. We are at 100 Polk Avenue here in the beautiful city of Cape Canaveral, Florida, having our December regular city council meeting. This is the last meeting I believe anticipate for 2021. I want to thank everyone again for coming here today. Again, if you haven't had the chance to fill out a public comment card, you just walked in, please fill one out and provide that to our Sergeant of Arms. With that, I would like to ask Councilmember Raymond, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. Here. Mayor Morrison.
Here.
Councilmember Raymond.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Thank you very much. We'll now enter into the public participation portion of our meeting. Any member of the public may address any items that do not appear on the agenda and any agenda item that is listed on the agenda for final official action by the City Council, excluding public hearing items, which are heard at the public hearing portion of the meeting, which we have one tonight. That's item number 4. Any ministerial items such as agenda, minutes, informational items, and quasi-judicial or emergency items. Citizens, we ask that you limit your public comments to 3 minutes. And just to get you familiar, this little light here will start blinking yellow. Ms. City Clerk, does it happen at 15 seconds or 30 seconds prior? 30. So it'll be green when you're good to talk. When the light goes yellow, you'll have 30 seconds, and then it will buzz and turn red when we conclude. And so thank you. If you just don't mind, give me a moment. I've got a stack of cards here. I'm going to make sure I've got them in the right order, and we'll get started with the public comments portion of the meeting. Okay, and City Attorney, I'd like to ask you a question. The ones that submitted an item, kind of relevant coming off parliamentary procedure, do we need to wait till the item? Do I have the ability to wait till we get to that item if it's a discussion item that they want to speak on? I would prefer that.
Yeah, I think you have that ability to do that. I mean,
Okay.
is to reserve the comments until the item comes up
Okay.
on the agenda.
Thank you. So with that, basically, for those of you that filled out or want to speak on a particular item, you can wait till we get to the item, but I know it's Christmas time, some of you want to go home. If you want to speak on that item up front and you don't anticipate staying for the meeting, you're more than welcome to come now. And so with that, I would like to ask, first card here is Stephen Stroud. Welcome. Hello.
Hello, good evening, council, mayor, city attorney, city manager. Just wanted to take a few minutes of your time and bring up the subject on the FDOT project possibility. I wanted to make sure that we're not going to go to sleep on this. Time goes by pretty quickly, and I wanted to make sure that FDOT is working in a manner to bring us other solutions as opposed to the roundabout that's been presented. I'm not going to stand up here and bash the roundabout or the possibility of it. I just would like to see some other solutions. Keep in mind, it is a policy of FDOT to bring roundabouts first and foremost when they are looking at doing a new intersection or re-engineering a current intersection. So please keep that in the back of your mind as you think about this and as time goes by. One thing, this is actually 2 projects that they've presented to us. One of them is the roundabout, and the other one is a median that will run towards Orlando. Particularly for the community that I live in, Ocean Gardens, if that median were allowed to go in, it would give us no ability to turn left and head towards Orlando. Some people like that idea. But the worst part about it is if we're coming from, per se, Publix and we're headed towards the Orlando area, we cannot turn right into, I believe it's 3 streets, King Neptune, Long Point, and then we've got Sunset back there, and actually there's 4th Street back in there too. So just wanted to make sure that, it's not been talked about, but that we're not gonna go to sleep on this, and that I'll support whatever actions that we can to get FDOT to make changes to it. But anyway, just want to get up and speak my piece about that, because I do have concern that that may not be in the best interest of this community. Appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Stephen. I just want to say, I've been following you. I want to thank you for the passion and the attention you've given to this issue as a citizen, as one of our board members. I appreciate it. I see your due diligence, and it is valued by me, and I know this council, so thank you very much. With that, due to the nature of that topic, I do want to pause there briefly, and if our city manager wouldn't mind giving just a brief update to the public on FDOT, and perhaps Councilmember Willis, if you feel liberty.
I don't have anything specific from FDOT. I don't know if the TPO has reviewed it. That might be something Councilmember Willis can opine on, but no, we haven't received anything further from FDOT.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis?
Well, I was appointed to the TPO, and I have reached out to one senator and several of our House representatives regarding it, and asking that we get some additional information from FDOT as soon as they have gotten anything that they can present to us on the comments. I've also asked for alternatives to at least view options. And we've also been appointed to the Metropolitan Transportation Organization too. So we are on top of it.
Well, I appreciate the response. Thanks for responding to me very much.
Thank you. Any other comments from this council on this, or questions? Yes, Councilmember Raymond?
I also, whenever I'm in the presence of any senator, state senator, or any representative, I mention the A1A improvements for Cape Canaveral, and have for the last 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And with that, staying on topic, another one on the roundabout, I have Mr. Bill Hodge.
Bill Hodge, 369 Coral Drive. 2 months ago, I think it was 2 months ago, the council almost passed some kind of resolution or some kind of statement saying that the city opposes the roundabout. So I'd like to see the council do that. It almost passed then, but then it got talked down. So I'd like to see the council do the same thing. I mean, Palm Bay, Melbourne, Indian Harbor Beach, they've all done that. Indian Harbor Beach supposedly was successful in stopping the roundabout. And the only other comment I want to make is the election kind of shows us that the voters want a more conservative council. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. My comment on that is, I think we need to get together between now and the January meeting, get an update, and by that time, I don't know if Councilmember Willis will have another meeting, but it might make sense to make this a discussion item and discuss the resolution that I think we all talked about prior.
Well, there's not another scheduled TPO meeting until February, but I have made inquiries to FDOT and asking for more information.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and thank you, Mr. Hodge. Smiley Ochoa, you here? Welcome, thank you.
Hello, my name is Smiley Ochoa. I come to tell about my place that the city's purchased the building. I mean, I've been trying to look for a place. I mean, I just want to say something very quick. And it's very hard for me to find a place for me right now. I spoke with city managers about it, and I decided to stay in a place. I mean, because at this point it's really hard for me to move in 1 month, so it's not going to be possible for me. So I mean, I just come to say if you can please speed up the process for the lease. That way I can go ahead and sign up and finish with this, because I mean it's been very stressful for me at this point. And I mean, this is a great building right there. I've been trying to looking for a place here in Cape Canaveral, and I cannot find a place just like that. You know, it's hard. It's hard for me right now. So I would like to if you can please speed out the process and see what's going to happen with that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The other items are from Mr. Holmes, Mr. Fernandez, and another one from Mr. Holmes. If you want to come up now, you can, or you can wait till the item is present. So I just want you to know, Mr. Fernandez, that item is number 12. So if you have somewhere to be, now would be the time to come up and speak. Please, thank you. This is Gasper Fernandez. Please state your name and address. Welcome. On item number 12, listening, which is regards to the Waste Pro and dumpster rentals. Thank you.
Gaspar Fernandez, live in 341 Coral Drive. My number is 321-947-5152. And this is about trying to, the city having to tell me who I can use for the work that I do or I was doing in my house. They told me that I had to use Waste Pro garbage. When I had a gentleman that owns a garbage company, a friend of mine, offer me his business for free. It cost me $800, and up to now, I have to rent the Waste Pro again. And Waste Pro didn't give me the size of garbage cans that I want. Didn't give it to me on the time that I wanted. I just don't think that it's right that people that have businesses can't work in the city of Cape Canaveral because the city says that you have to use Waste Pro. I still got garbage cans in front of my house, Waste Pro garbage cans full of concrete blocks because I can't get the Waste Pro thing. And today the garbage truck drove by, says, "Who's gonna pick this up?" And he said, "Oh, it's not me." I've had 3 trucks in the last 2 days drive by and say it's not them. Why would I have to pay $800 out of my pocket that I could have put into my house repairs and stuff because the city says that Waste Pro is the one that has to be? I don't think it's right. I was using Violet. It's the name of the company. The gentleman that owns the company is 3 houses away from me. And I traded work with him. I said, "Hey, I'm a surveyor. I can help you lay out your house for you and no charge. We're friends." Why do I have to put out that much money? It's all I'm asking. And I don't think it's right that some other people that have that business come in here. I used our previous mayor for the electric work, and Mr. Hogue, and he, you know, why would all of a sudden he couldn't work in here? And he's working as a mayor and running a business. You know, I mean, I appreciate it if either have the city tell those people to reimburse me for my money because I really don't owe it to them. I paid them, okay, because I don't have a choice. It was either that or it was holding up all the people that had to do the work in the house because there
Mr.
was
Fernandez?
no way for me to clear up the area that I'm cleaning to put it in there, you know, and
Thank you. We just came to the end. I just want to say if you got a
okay.
few more.
That's all I have.
We'll be taking this item up, number 12, once we get to it, and I think we'll unpack it at that point and discuss it. But thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So we do have, due to the holidays, I know a lot of people are traveling, and at this time, we don't offer two-way participation, but there was a few citizens who were not able to make the meeting tonight, and they submitted their public comments, some of them to the entire council. One of them was a general comments from Mr. Patrick Campbell. I'm just going to read this into the record per his request. This is Patrick Campbell, who lives, I think, Surf Drive here in Cape Canaveral. He said, "I would like the city to reestablish the ability to virtually attend and participate in city meetings. There are people like me with various health issues and concerns that prevent in-person attendance without incurring significant risk. The arguments presented by city leadership, quote, 'it is too expensive,' and quote, 'not enough participation,' is just not the case. It is not expensive given the annual price communicated by city leadership was less than $5,000. Quote, 'not enough participation' is a flawed and misdirected excuse. It is the job of city leadership to expand public participation in any way possible. Virtual attendance must be in place and well communicated, and participation will increase." Thank you. I have a couple of other comments that were emailed in, but those are related to specific agenda items, so we can wait till we get to those. And with that, we can begin moving to presentations and interviews. But before, I believe we have an add-on agenda item that we need to add on. So, Mr. City Manager, if you don't mind explaining this agenda item, and after that, we'll look for a motion in a second to add it on.
Certainly, I'd be glad to. I will defer to the city attorney for a more thorough explanation, but this is simply a timely matter that the city attorney's office did provide in time, and I'll take responsibility for it not being published on this agenda. So we're asking for it to be an add-on agenda item. Simply a human mistake. We make problems. We don't always get it right, but we try. This one missed it. What this one is the opioid settlement. It's an opt-in that is, we have to have a registration done by January 2nd, I believe. So we're asking for city council approval by resolution so that the city can opt in on that. And I'd like to, if you don't mind, Mayor, the city attorney to explain further, unless we want to just get to it later.
I just wanted a brief introduction to it. If it's added on, we'll discuss it. And so this would be add-on agenda, I guess. It's numbered.
It's an add-on.
We can add on, and we can put it in the order, since this is, we can add it to the consent agenda or put it at the top of items for action or at the end. So whatever the motion, I just ask that you put, also make the number in the order of the agenda of where you want it to be. So,
Okay. Are you ready for the
yes,
motion?
please.
I move to have the add-on item from the city attorney's office added on to the consent agenda, and that would be item number 4.
Okay. Got a motion to add on the agenda item and by Councilmember Raymond and a second by Councilmember Davis. City Clerk, would you please, or any discussion? Good debate. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 5-0. To add the agenda item on. And just for record keeping, I am having a hard time finding that add-on agenda item. Was that provided up here? I have it
I have the
somewhere.
extra.
I want to make sure, okay, just in case. It's probably in this big stack. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we're going to move into the presentations and interviews portion of the meeting. The first one on the agenda here is to interview the applicants for the appointment to the Culture and Leisure Services Board. I believe I got word that Mr. Mike Truitt is not here tonight. Mike, if you're here, please raise your hand or speak up. So we are looking to postpone that, I believe, but Angela Trulock, are you here? Please, thank you. If you please come up to the podium.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angela Trulock, and I've been a resident of Cape Canaveral since 2014. And I know you're going to ask, why do I want to be on the board? And I'm very excited about the future things that are coming up. The multi-generational facility I can't wait for that to be finished, the Cape building. Again, I'm looking forward to that, the promenade, all the parks, and I just would like to be a part of all of that.
Thank you very much. Council, this time I'll just start with you, Mayor Pro Tem, if you would. Any questions for Ms. Trulock?
Hi, Ms. Angela, how are you?
Fun.
Well, I don't have any questions for you. I just thank you for stepping up and being part of our city and part of our boards is very important. And thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Raymond?
Thank you very much, and I'd like to wish you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I'm curious, do you play pickleball?
No.
Everyone's playing pickleball, and I see so many people there, and I think that I'm going to try it because as I'm recovering, tennis is not going to be in the picture until next June. Just curious, what do you like to do, your favorite sport or activity?
I'm over at the rec center 3 days a week doing Zumba, and I do yoga over at the library 2 days a week, and so I'm constantly walking back and forth, and I can't wait for the new building so I can get in the pickleball and everything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis?
Ms. Trulock, thank you for stepping up and being part of the community and helping us out here. It's good to,
Forward to it.
it's good to have participation. If you don't mind me asking, where are you from?
Originally?
Yes.
New York.
Okay.
That was a very, very long time ago.
Okay. But I appreciate your interest and thank you. But I do have a separate question, Mr. Mayor, if I could ask the city manager. I'm just curious, Ms. Trulock applied on May 10th. Why is it taking so long?
There could be various reasons. I would defer to the city clerk because she keeps those, but it could be that there wasn't a vacancy. I'm not sure, maybe there was not a board meeting or anything. Do we have any idea? Or maybe Gustavo?
Gustavo could probably speak to that. There's various reasons why.
It is a combination of all of the above you said. It was, openings in the board that weren't available when she first applied, and then board meetings, and then quorum, and so that's all.
Okay, all right. I was just curious as to the length of time. Because anytime we get somebody on the hook, we want them reeled in quickly, so thank you.
How does it feel being on the hook? Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Davis.
I don't have any questions. I think you'll be an asset, and I thank you for doing this.
Okay.
Echo our entire council. Thank you for taking the time to do this, and
Thank you very much, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. All right. That'll conclude our presentations and interviews. At this time, we're going to come to the consent agenda. Any council member can pull any consent agenda item. Just be mindful that we added on a fourth item, which will essentially either need to be pulled as well and or discussed. I believe that it would be good to pull that one just so that we can have a brief explanation by our city attorney. And so looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda, numbers 1, 2, and 3.
I'll second it.
Got a motion on the floor from Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, seconded by Councilmember Raymond to approve consent agenda items 1, 2, and 3. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum? Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes unanimously 5-0. With that, we're going to now come to the add-on item that we just voted to approve. Mr. City Attorney, would you mind giving us a quick overview of this, please?
Absolutely, Mayor.
Thank you.
The state of Florida has been engaged in ongoing litigation with several pharmaceutical companies regarding the opioid epidemic that It's really a national epidemic that's impacted the state of Florida. Through the litigation, the Attorney General's office has negotiated and entered into a possible settlement agreement. Under the terms of the settlement agreement, as the Attorney General has explained with correspondence to the city, they're asking municipalities and counties to participate in the settlement and opt into the settlement. If municipalities and counties opt into the settlement, then it's a possibility that they will get a share of the settlement proceeds. In this particular case, they're asking City of Cape Canaveral to approve a resolution opting into the settlement. If the council approves the resolution, we will go ahead and submit it to the Attorney General's office. If the settlement is finalized, there's a possibility that the city will be eligible for $116,414. That's not guaranteed, but it's the maximum potential amount that City of Cape Canaveral will receive, and that money would be used for authorized expenditures related to the opioid epidemic and dealing with the impacts of that on the community. If the city does not opt in by January 2nd, then the city will receive nothing. It will not participate in the settlement, and the Attorney General will go on her merry way with the participating local governments. So it's an opportunity for the council to consider whether they want to participate in this possible settlement.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. This is resolution number 2021-23, authorizing the City of Cape Canaveral to join with the state of Florida and other local government units as a participant in the Florida Memorandum of Understanding and formal agreements implementing a unified plan for the allocation and use of prospective settlement dollars in opioid-related litigation, providing an effective date. Council, any questions for staff? Yes, Councilmember Davis.
Hi, it's my understanding that the money that we do receive would go in for educational purposes for addiction in that. Is that correct, that that's what the money is limited to what it's being spent on?
That's my understanding as well. If we receive the money, that there are strings attached to it and how it can be used, but my understanding is primarily for education, of an awareness to reduce addiction.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis, any questions?
No, not at this time.
Councilmember Raymond?
I feel it's a no-brainer. I feel that we definitely do want to participate in this and be part of it and educate our public and our citizens who might very well need this education. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
I don't have any questions at this time.
Yeah, my comments on it and the short notice that we got it is drug addiction's a severe thing, and if we can lean towards less criminal, more health issues and focus on the health side of it, I think that's a win. And we're starting to learn more about how people can really heal. So I want to thank our city attorney and staff for giving us this opportunity. And if we're lucky, we'll get all $116,414, and that money will flow back into this community and help those people in need. Since this is an add-on agenda item and some of you didn't have the opportunity to fill out a public comment card on it, if you would like to speak on this item, I just ask, now's the time. Come up to the podium. Yes, Ms. Trulock?
If I can get through this. I lost my son to opioids. And yes, I do think it's important to get the education material and for our city, because there's a lot of it going on. And he was actually, someone gave him fentanyl. And I lost my son, so that's all.
Very sorry to hear that, Ms. Trulock. Our heart and prayers are with you. Thank you. And thank you for your comments.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, and with that, we'll go ahead, looking for a motion to adopt resolution number 2123.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 2021-23.
Second.
Got a motion on the floor from Councilmember Raymond and a second by Councilmember Davis. Any more debate?
Willis.
Oh, I'm sorry, Willis, thank you. It's an engaged audience, very nice. City Clerk, would you please call the roll? Thank you.
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Resolution number 2021-23 passes 5-0. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to the public hearing portion of our meeting. This is ordinance number 43, 2021, amending Chapter 74 of the City Code regarding parking regulations on city-owned or leased property. Mr. City Attorney.
Yep, ordinance 43-2021, ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cape Canaveral, Florida, amending Chapter 74 of the City Code regarding parking regulations on city-owned or leased property, providing for the repeal of prior inconsistent ordinances and resolutions, incorporation into the code severability and an effective date. This is second and final reading of this ordinance. There have not been any changes since first reading. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. I'm following your little cheat sheet here that you just gave us in parliamentary procedure. And I'm going to actually, at this time, public hearing, we're going to go to the public at this time and ask if there's any public input. Seeing none, I do have one written public comment from Mr. Pat Campbell, who could not be here tonight, 304 Surf Drive. Mr. Campbell says on agenda item number 4, I do not believe the city parking ordinances require change and certainly do not need, nor do I support the language that places unquestioned authority in a single individual, city manager. I also believe the primary motive of this ordinance change is to provide the structure needed for the implementation of paid parking, metered parking in the city. I am asking the council to stop this covert assault on the citizens of Cape Canaveral. Let all citizens know in a formal way, information, mailers, flyers at our local businesses, or other effective bulk notification processes what you are doing. Get comprehensive and conclusive data that shows the desires of the majority of the citizens. Please stop this puzzle pieces tactic of implementing the quote initiatives generated behind the closed doors of City Hall. This ordinance change is not needed. Please explain what this change provides that is not already available. Mr. Campbell then went on and shared the portion of the proposed change, section 7456.6, which is underlined items A, B, and C. And that is where his question lies, is please explain what this change provides that is not already available. So thank you, Mr. Campbell, for your comments. We'll now bring it back to the council. Any questions for staff or each other on this matter?
Mr. Mayor? Oh, go ahead. Ed.
No, go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Please.
I just had a question for, after reading Mr. Campbell's email, what exactly difference would this make, this change? I mean, we do have, is it a matter of just putting a sign where we need it? This is the second reading, I just would like an overall of why we're doing this. Again, maybe just refresh, after this email, kind of makes sense, what your thoughts on it are.
Mayor, if it
Yes,
pleases the
please.
council, I'd like to ask Gustavo Vergara to come up as his item, and he can speak to the history of this item and what its purpose is.
Gustavo, thank you.
Mayor, in essence, what spurred this on was Brevard County Sheriff's Office did not have the tools they needed to be able to enforce people parking overnight in City Park. That's what spurred this whole thing originally. They said, although your ordinance states in certain places that no overnight parking, actual lawyer challenged our ordinance, and so we met with Brevard County Sheriff's Office and Anthony to try to come up with an ordinance that could actually give them the tools they needed to implement city ordinances. And so that's really what this ordinance did, is it just it's a tool for Brevard County Sheriff's Office. I'm not sure anything about, city park, paid parking has anything to do with it. But it's just, and Lieutenant Lockhart is here who could actually expand from the sheriff's office point of view as to why they couldn't at the time, but that's really what it was all about. It was about the sheriff's office being able to implement through the city manager by putting a sign that said no overnight parking at a city park or a municipal building, because this has nothing to do with, private property. Just the ability for them to enforce this and then ticket them. If the warning and all that didn't work, then it gave them the ability to also give them an actual citation.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, that answer your question? Or?
Yeah, basically, that's all I have for right now. I'd like to hear what the rest of the council has to say. And the sheriff's department, maybe, they could comment on it?
You want to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay. Commander, please. I think Mayor Pro Tem Kellum's looking for an overview and maybe expand.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll just kind of reiterate the comments, I think, from last month. It's, and yeah, there was never any discussion, had anything to do with paid parking, so that's completely separate issue. That wasn't even brought up in discussion. But yeah, we were legally challenged on one specific incident because, we had one person that wasn't obeying. And then we found there was little legalese in there that we needed to tweak some things to give us the legal authority to make sure it stuck, if somebody took us to court on it. And so that's why we conferred with the attorney and got together. This is not a ploy to go out and write a bunch of tickets. That's what I said before. This is just so we have the enforcement tool if needed. Our first goal is education, especially when it comes with the residents here in the city of Canaveral. We like to educate, warn, explain to them that, hey, you can't park, in this particular spot. And then hopefully, 99% of the time, that's going to resolve it. People are going to understand. They just want to know. But on that 1% of the time where we need to take some action, we just want to make sure that the action we take is legally enforced and that it's got some teeth behind it. So that's all this is about. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem, any
No, that's all
questions?
right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Raymond.
I think this is the right way to handle the situation. I happen to be a witness to this situation, and with many of the other people that live near me, and it was quite ugly, and it persisted for quite a few months, and I think this is the right way to handle it. And I want to reassure Mr. Campbell that we have not discussed any paid parking in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis.
Mr. Mayor, I've got one question for Attorney Garganese.
Please.
Is there anything in this language that would allow any wiggle room to create anything other than what is intended?
I think the ordinance is pretty straightforward in my books. Just to add, there are uniform traffic laws in the state of Florida. In order for the sheriff to enforce uniform traffic laws, when it comes to municipal parking regulations, there needs to be an ordinance on the books specifically addressing the parking situation. Absent in the ordinance, the sheriff doesn't have the tools to use the uniform traffic laws to get people to abide by rules. So I think that was generally the situation that was occurring. Somebody didn't want to follow the rules and they had no tools to enforce the rule. This is an enabling ordinance. It's totally just related to parking on city property. There was a hole, little loophole in the code, and I think they came to me and they want to plug this loophole so they can, again, enforce using uniform traffic laws, the parking regulations the city needs to maintain city property.
Thank you.
So what was the loophole?
Well, if you look at the ordinance, page 2 of 4, you see a list of violations where this city can issue uniform traffic citations, for violations of parking. And there isn't any regulations relative to parking on city property specifically. So it adds to the possible violations, parking violations that are on city property. And the section above that sets forth the procedure for establishing the parking regulations and, and posting the appropriate signage. So when and if there's a violation of the city's parking requirements on city property, a uniform traffic citation can be issued to enforce. And there's not, again, there's nothing expressly authorizing, the parking regulations on city property, nor is there a specific penalty for violating a parking requirement on city property. So this ordinance is filling that loophole.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask the attorney one more question?
Yes, I just want to make sure Councilmember Willis is finished. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And yes, please go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
All these things parked, all these penalties, does the city manager have the right now to put the signs where they're needed for these violations?
There's nothing, I don't believe there's any code provisions related to city property that expressly authorize the manager to post signs, or the council for that matter, to establish these, parking requirements on city property.
Oh, I see, okay, gotcha.
Councilmember Davis? I have no questions. Thank you. My question is, so right there, line number 30, where the current violation says parked in a no parking zone, that the city doesn't have the ability to put up no parking, or is no parking zone something different? If we said no parking on city property and put some hours, that wouldn't suffice?
Mayor, if I could, I believe a no parking zone would not be designated as parking. The ordinance we're asking for approval tonight would be where parking is designated. There's parking spots lined for cars. In line 30, there are not those lines for parking.
Okay, understand. And so the ability for the city to put up a sign without this code is not enough. Whether city attorney or you want to take that?
On city-owned or leased property, I mean, there are, I think, distinctions to be made on city rights-of-way, but not city property per se. And I think what the manager's saying is, if the city were to establish like other parking requirements other than
Yeah, I mean,
no parking zone, there's no provision to allow the city to enforce.
right, perhaps I'm envisioning a beach end street where there may be 14 parking spaces, but over here on the other side, there's a striped area, clearly not meant for parking. It's a no parking zone, and that's what item 2 is referring to.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference between a parking zone and a non-parking zone, if that makes sense.
And so when we look at all the city properties, this will allow you to identify areas, promulgate signs, and give our law enforcement officers the ability to enforce.
If needed.
If needed. And as of today, is there an immediate need?
The only need, and where this was generated, was from Center Street Park. We have had some problems with parking dusk to dawn there, which is prohibited, and we would post them there if this gets approved.
Okay. Yep. It is, I don't fully grasp it, but, yeah, I guess, how is this different than beach parking? Like if somebody parks overnight at the beach parking?
Overnight parking at the beach is already prohibited, and this is for parking at city property, like parks, city park property. This gives us the authority at those city properties where there's parking designated to post signs. No parking, parkings may, in violation of this, say overnight, can receive a citation. That's what the sign would say.
I understand. Yeah, that's in the public right away. Okay. Yeah, I think my request would be that if one of these signs, and we talked about this last meeting, goes up, when you decide to move forward, that council be notified.
Sure, absolutely. We wouldn't take that decision very lightly, and despite the critical thinking that the public commenter had and support for healthy debate, he definitely gives me more credit than I deserve for being creatively forward-thinking.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so at this time, I'm looking for a motion to approve, let me get my resolution number here. Ordinance number, do I have that right? 43, 2021.
I'll move to approve ordinance number 43-2021.
I'll second the motion.
Got a motion by Councilmember Raymond and a second by Councilmember Davis. Any debate on the motion? City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Ordinance number 43, 2021 passes 5-0 unanimously. Moves us on to items for action. At this time, just as a time clock, where it's about 12 minutes till 7 p.m. The first item for action is to approve the city manager's performance evaluation. Just want to briefly go over what we're doing here and then have our city manager give a background. So our Human Resources Department, led by Melinda, had submitted an agenda item. This goes back the prior city manager evaluation that we filled out. This item, at that time, we talked about updating to a more current evaluation form, and with the current election and 2 new council members, thought that this would be beneficial, that we can not only improve it, but get this in front of us early so that they can become familiar with the criteria. So tonight, we are essentially looking to approve the format of how we're going to evaluate our city manager. And with that, I'd like to ask our city manager to give us an overview and any more background and information. Thank you.
I think that's a wonderful explanation, Mayor. Thank you. Just the only thing I could add is the evaluation won't be filled out until mid-year. My evaluation is in June, so this is not the evaluation period. This is just the evaluation form. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Melinda Huser for further explanation.
Yes. Hi, Melinda.
Press the button.
Yep. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, city staff. Yes, a few months back, before the new council was elected, Mayor Morrison at the time and a few others had expressed a simplified form for the city manager evaluation, because the one that we had previously used was very convoluted. It was created many, many years ago. We had done some research, and it was hard to link back where they created the form. And so Mayor Morrison at the time had recommended ICMA, which is the International Council Management Association, everybody's familiar with. And so this form comes from the ICMA, which is derived from the University of Tennessee Public Service Institute. So this is a tool, and it's very similar to the prior one, but a lot easier to follow. So, and I'm just being HR and my military experience and everything. This tool, it's a communication tool. I like this one because of the simplicity, and the experts created this, and it's almost like any other tool. you know, like a blood pressure machine. Would you create your own blood pressure machine? You know, so when I reviewed this evaluation form, I felt that it was very suitable for a overall evaluation for the city manager.
Thank you very much. City Manager, any more comments on this?
No, sir.
So, council, we've got this before us. The city manager evaluation will be coming up, remind me?
June.
In June. So we've got some time. This is the first proposal, and thank you for getting this over to us. I like a lot of the things I see, and council, Councilmember Davis, if you have any comments, questions?
No, I don't have any problems with it.
Yes, Councilmember Willis?
I'm familiar with forms such as this. After so many years in business, this is right up the way we normally do it, and I think it's very well thought out and very well done.
Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Raymond?
I like it better than the other form. The first year that I filled out the city manager's form, I got into a lot of trouble because I made a comment and it was supposed to be a humorous comment, but it wasn't taken that way. So I really like this form very much, and especially I like that at the end of the form, there's a narrative evaluation. So if there's anything that was left out that the council member wanted to say in particular about the city manager or his performance, you can add to it at the end with very specific leading questions. So I think it's really good, and I think that it will satisfy any type of personality. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Yeah, I think this is much better than the last one. It's more user-friendly, and the only question I had was like the narrative evaluations at the end. Are they scored at a certain, like if you make a comment, is there a score that goes with that, or is it just an overall?
Just overall, that gives you an opportunity to add something that you may want to add at any time, you know, that happened throughout the year, so.
So you don't minus anything?
No.
Okay. No, I think it's way better than the last one. I don't know if we need to make a decision on this tonight, if we have more time. I don't really see, but I don't know if everyone's happy with it, I guess we can move forward.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think that what I'm hearing is everyone likes this, if you had either better than the last one or they're comfortable with it. And I agree that it is an improvement. And so I think it would be wise of us tonight to go ahead and adopt this as written and get comfortable with these and encourage this council to come to be familiar with it. I do have some recommended changes, but for the sake of tonight's meeting, I don't think it would be productive to go through them. I have a printout of some items that if I can email this or give it to our city clerk over to you, we can discuss it in a staff meeting, and then if we feel that it's necessary, bring it back before that next evaluation to make any add-ons if we need. I think as long as we give ourselves a couple months' time before he gets evaluated, we'll be in good shape. And I wanted to let the council know, my goal is to work with staff on some of these changes and then bring it back to this council if anything actually makes it through. But as of tonight, I believe what we have is a step in the right direction, and I'm ready to approve it as written. So,
Is there a way we can get a copy of your ideas?
yes, I'll get that. I can email it over to our city clerk and that she can distribute it to them. Thank you. So other than that, I just want to thank you for doing it. And so with that, I don't have any public comments on this item. I'm looking for a motion to adopt the new format of the city manager evaluation.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the manager performance evaluation form.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum and a second by Councilmember Willis. City Clerk, would you please call the vote? Roll.
Councilmember Davis?
Four.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Four.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Seven, is that when you, a break, use recess? Okay. Okay, at this time, I was talking about a recess. Was there a request for a recess? Did I hear that? Do we need 10? Okay, at this time, we're at 7 o'clock. How long of a recess do we want, council, if you want to make a motion? Or 5-minute recess? Okay, so this time we're going to take a recess. We'll reconvene in 5 minutes, a few minutes after 7 p.m. Thank you. Okay, we are reconvening. Thank you. We are now moving on to the next item for action, which is to reappoint the city planner, Brenda Defoe Supernaut, as the city's representative on the Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization, also known as the SCTPO Technical Advisory Committee, and city resident Arlen DeBlau as the North Beaches Coalition delegate on the Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization Citizens Advisory Committee. Mr. City Manager, any background on this?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Both Brenda and Arlen have served very well in their capacities, their respective capacities. They're very familiar with the duties and roles of the TPO, and I highly recommend that they continue. It's a wonderful source of information from the boots on the ground level.
Thank you. Council, any questions for staff on this issue or each other?
I don't have any questions. I just think that both Brenda and Arlen do a great job, and we should keep them where they are. It's very important.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I just will second what Mickey has to say. I think we have two stellar candidates, and I'm really impressed with both of these people, and I think they're dedicated. They do not miss a meeting. They're passionate, and they're doing the right thing for our city. Thank you.
Councilmember Willis?
Mr. Mayor, when I attended the meeting, I received quite a few compliments on our participation, and it speaks very highly for Mr. DeBlau and Ms. Supernaut.
Thank you. Anything, Councilmember Davis? For you? Good. Yes. Thank you. I agree with this entire council on it, and on behalf of the city of Cape Canaveral, if Arlen's not here, there's a problem in the world. He's always here. Arlen, thank you. Thank you seriously for your engagement, involvement in this community, and stepping up and serving on that capacity. And I don't think Brenda's here tonight, but Brenda is very, very smart, and we have the right people in the right seats on the bus there. This is a crucial function of the things like the roundabout, what's happening on our roadways here locally, and Councilmember Willis serving on that board as well. They're dealing with more technical decisions, and so we're thankful. And with that, I don't have any public comments on this, but I'll be looking for a motion.
I move to reappoint City Planner Brenda Defoe Supernaut as the city's representative on the Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization, Technical Advisory Committee, and city resident Arlen DeBlau as the North Beaches Coalition delegate on the Space Coast TPO Citizens Advisory Committee.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilmember Raymond, a second by Councilmember Willis. Any debate? Seeing none, Ms. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
The reappointment to City Planner Brenda Defoe and Arlen passes 5-0. Congratulations and thank you again for your service. This time we're going to move on to the items for discussion portion of our meeting, which is item number 7 regarding golf cart ordinance in the Cape Canaveral submitted by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. The way I want to do these discussion items is simple. Whoever submitted the discussion item, if you don't mind, just give us a little background on it. I'm going to introduce it, and then we give the council members to ask you any questions, and then we can, I think, look for a motion about what you wanted to accomplish with it, and we'll try to move these forward if this council wants to do it. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
Thank you, Mayor. I had brought this up in the past. Again, I would like to get the consensus of the council to direct the staff to look into an ordinance here in the city. I don't know how many of you know that Cocoa Beach just passed an ordinance for golf carts in their city on certain roads at certain times. And I think for our city, there's lots of reasons why this would be good. I think it would first of all, get the golf carts off the sidewalks. That's happening right now. And if we could designate certain areas, and I passed out a map, or Mia did, of the areas. I mean, this would have to be filled in with more detail, but the basic boundaries of the golf cart ordinance would be none on A1A. You know, Poinsettia would be the only one allowed. And by ordinance, and with Anthony's help, we could tweak the ordinance to make it to where we want it. You know, it's been compared to, oh God, they have golf carts in Vieira with 14-year-olds driving them. It would be none of that here. It would be licensed drivers. We could add or take away any points in an ordinance. If you want to look it up, there's Satellite Beach, Flagler Beach, there's Howie in the Hills, there's Traveras, there's other cities that have this, and it's very successful and very safe. And it's a way to create a small town feel, to keep it that way. And it also helps with our race to zero emissions for gasoline. People would be able to use their golf cart to go to the library or the community center, or go up the street to pick up a gallon of milk. It would cut down, and it's in our comprehensive plan to investigate electric vehicles. Golf carts, by state statute, are motor vehicles that are not capable of going over 20 miles an hour. There are, and again, with the ordinance designed by staff, or put together by staff, we would define golf carts, and it wouldn't be the jacked up, crazy golf carts. It would be a regular golf cart that doesn't go above 20 miles an hour. I think it's really neat to be able to go to local restaurants on your golf cart, not get in your car to drive those places. And especially now with gas prices, it would really help out, you know, citizens. Again, golf carts are not cheap. I don't expect there to be 1,000 golf carts on the roads. They're $10,000 and above. So it's not something that people can just go out and buy. And I think we can have registration requirements. We can make it 18-year-old and up. We can do it from sunrise to sunset. There's very many things we can do, and Anthony would be the legal person, so we wouldn't get in trouble. But I just would like consensus of the council to at least approach it, let the staff look at it, bring back a proposed ordinance of some kind, and make sure this city is covered, again, on certain roads. It could be a pilot program. It's not going to be 14-year-olds riding around crazy on the streets. There's lots of things we can do with the ordinance. But I have a little golf cart, and it would help with parking as well, like beach end parking, where citizens can't find a parking space down there. If we could make golf cart parking, which would take up less space, more people. I just think it would help the residents here and be something really cool for our city. And also, I was talking to Todd about approaching the county to link Avon by the Sea and all that with Cocoa Beach. So people from Cocoa Beach could come down and enjoy restaurants and facilities in our city as well on their golf cart, which will reduce the whole emissions and sustainability and all that for our city as well as the other cities, Cocoa Beach. And I'll be glad to answer any questions, and Anthony would know more than me, but but this is just my proposal. And I think it would be something unique. There's golf cart parades in other cities. It brings cities together as small towns, and I think it would be something really neat for our city, as long as we can do it safely.
Thank
Mayor
you.
Morse.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. So just to repeat, your goal here is to direct staff to draft an ordinance that will cover, you know, things that they feel would be in the best interest: registration, age, time, location, and you're looking for this council to
Yes, and
work towards.
right, and I think if we had
consideration.
I mean, we can add or take away from an ordinance, as long
Okay.
as it's legal, right, Anthony?
The first step, excuse me, the first step would be to consider an enabling ordinance. This involves the uniform traffic laws of Florida again, right? The second item tonight, talking about uniform traffic laws. You would need an ordinance, council would need to adopt an ordinance enabling the possibility of golf carts. And then as Mayor Pro Tem indicated, then on a case-by-case basis, a determination will be made regarding whether or not a golf cart can operate on a specific roadway, because the law requires certain findings to be made. So, the first step would be, you can consider an ordinance possibly enabling golf carts. You can see all the bells and whistles that go into that type of ordinance, and then you can add and subtract the roadways that would be eligible for golf carts on a case-by-case basis. So even if you allowed it on a road, 1 year, if you decide you want to take that away, you can do that. And you have to post, of course, appropriate signage for those roads that are designated safe for golf cart use.
And if I can add, it's 25 miles an hour or less, the roads. It would be no A1A, it would be all the back presidential streets. North Atlantic to I think we looked at Jefferson, but again, this is, all can be adapted to what the consensus of the council is.
Okay, so got it. And I'm going to go to Councilmember Davis here in just a sec, but I just want to make sure we understand what we're talking about here is it's a two-part process. And first is to define the type of, to understand what types of golf carts are allowed, or just to allow golf carts in general is step one, to say those are allowed in this city. And then the second part would be, we can get into the regulations on where they go, what time of day.
The designation of the roadways
Okay.
would be the second part.
Can those two be considered at the same time?
The city could do that. In my view, in my experience from doing it with other cities, I would treat it as a two-step process.
Okay.
The enabling ordinance first, then the designation of the roadways. And the reason why I say that is the designation of the roadways have to be based on findings and certain factors in the statute. So you're going to want to hear from your traffic people, your engineer, your police, and then make the designation separately from the ordinance that enables the possibility of allowing golf carts on the road.
Excellent, thank you. And I assume, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, you want to take that two-prong approach you're proposing?
Right,
Okay.
and also, correct me if I'm wrong, Anthony, it's defined in Florida statutes what a golf cart is. And then there's low-speed vehicles.
Correct.
And then so we would want it to stay with golf carts, electric golf carts.
Correct. There's a statutory definition, as you indicated. Electric not to exceed 20 miles per hour is the speed limit.
Okay.
So tonight, we're going to just simplify this. We are looking to consider directing staff to draft an ordinance enabling golf carts. With that, Councilmember Davis, please.
I kind of have two questions. I would like to get the opinion of the sheriff's office and of what they think of the golf carts on the road. And a second thought I have is, okay, we have golf carts, then we're going to have to figure out how we can enforce if these people are not following the rules. So again, would that be another ordinance, or how are we going to enforce when people are not following and they're going over 20 miles an hour? They've got a 14-year-old driving it. So that's another concern of mine, is how is it enforceable, or what will we need to do to get the rules to enforce it?
Okay, so your two questions are, if you don't mind summarizing.
Well, I would like to get the view from the sheriff's office of their opinion of the golf carts and the community. And second, I would like to see how are we going to go about enforcing violations? Because we just went through all this about the signs and that. So now, are we going to have to write another ordinance to enforce violations? Is there, I don't know if there's anything in code or statute or whatever for violations, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm gonna obviously do what the council, what the city, so I'm not gonna be a proponent, but at the same time, I'm not gonna hear and be a negative voice, so, I mean, I'll be open to discussion on whatever the council would like, but yeah, as Councilmember Kellum said, there are there are a lot of regulations and things that, if that's something that the council decided to do, obviously we would like to see put in place, because, yeah, with the older drivers, you know, at least 16 years of age, obviously having a driver's license, you know, you'd have to discuss nighttime. Something that hadn't come up is, you know, now you're going to have golf carts running up and down the beach now, because people, you know, when the golf courts on the roads, now they're just going to think they can get on the beach. So yeah, a lot of things to take into consideration, and obviously we would be, you know, right hand in hand with the mayor and the council on discussing this. But it would bring up a lot of different challenges. You know, of course, safety obviously is paramount with us, and then.
Can I ask,
I mean, you can still get BUIs on DUIs on golf carts. So if that question comes up, but yeah, go ahead.
is there anything in the statute, I mean, because apparently there's this Florida statute, I have not seen it. Is there anything for violations, or, I mean, are there traffic I mean, I don't.
think what happens with that, and because I am familiar with Cocoa Beaches, and I would recommend reaching out to and I mean, from an enforcement standpoint, you know, obviously we could do that and get with them to maybe just get some feedback, some statistics, kind of see some of the issues and problems that they're having, what their means are to enforce, because I think a lot of them now are enforcing it under the civil, under the ordinances that they adopt when they come up with the golf course ordinance.
Okay.
So.
Councilmember Davis, did your
That's fine,
questions?
my understanding, we would have to come up with an ordinance for people that are violating.
And that would be in the enabling ordinance.
Yeah, okay.
It would establish the requirements, and it would establish the potential penalties. The penalties are civil related. I mean, that would be my advice. You can use uniform traffic citations for certain violations, moving violations, and the city could use the special magistrate as well. You know, for certain types of violations. All that would be in the enabling ordinance itself. There would not be an additional ordinance necessary.
Okay, thank you.
And I will say, if I may, too, just keep in mind, obviously, this is going to be one of those topics that you're going to get complaints, you know, on. So just to kind of forewarn everybody, just like dogs on the beach, because I know that's coming up, and traffic, you know, reckless driving. And you'll get the complaints on the golf carts. You know, golf carts racing up and down the road and cutting people off, and, you know, on the sidewalks and different things like that. So just that'll be one other complaint, but, you know, in the big scheme of things, and when it comes to complaints on things that are happening in the city, then there could be a lot worse complaints. So.
Thank you, Commander.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, Councilmember Raymond?
I'm worried about this, because even though it doesn't look like a golf cart could be dangerous, I know that a golf cart could be very dangerous. I know of a fact that, I know a man that was killed by a golf cart. They were golfing and the guys were fooling around. He had just retired and he got hit and he got killed. So I really am not sure about this. I'm open, always open, thinking about it. I know Commander Walters was very much against it. I'm worried about the safety. I'm worried about the fact that we have tourists here. Not all people stop at the stop signs along Poinsettia. And same with Ridgewood. They just go right through. And I worry that when you have even a pickup truck versus a golf cart, I worry about that, especially if children are riding in the golf cart. I also am concerned about going to the port to go to a restaurant, because along George King, the speed limit is 45. 35. They go 45, along just like, and I'm also concerned about people trying to cross A1A, because the problem with this, half of the city and half of the residents would technically be able to use a golf cart, but what about the people that live on the west side and along the river? They might think that they can use a golf cart too, but then they have to cross A1A, and I think that's dangerous. I know it, because when I cross A1A, even when I'm walking my bike across A1A, I have to hold my breath. And a lot of times, people do not respect the fact that I'm walking across that street. And I've seen people in wheelchairs trying to go across. I did not dare do that. I did have a electric wheelchair, but I didn't dare do it while I was off my foot. I'm just saying that that kind of upsets me, that half the residents would be able to use a golf cart and the other half could not, because they'd be restricted, because they wouldn't be able to get across A1A with their golf cart. That bothers me. So those are just some of my thoughts. But I'm open, but I'm just not 100% in favor of it. I think golf carts could be dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Raymond. Councilmember Willis?
Is this an item that the ordinance be sunset? Operate it for a year, look at it, if we adopted something like this for a year?
Is that a question for our city manager?
City manager or attorney, either one.
City attorney, please.
Okay, the council could sunset it, or the council could do it on a trial basis. But the council will have to first enact the enabling ordinance and make findings for designating roads. And if the council chose to do it for a trial basis and sunset it, that could be done as well. If you want to take it in incremental approaches do it on a trial basis to see how it goes. The council's prerogative. Just keep in mind that when you do things like that, turning the light switch on and then sunsetting and turning it off, educating the public is sometimes a challenge, right? When it's allowed and all of a sudden you turn it off, you're going to have to educate the public. Comment.
That's all I had right now.
So my comments are that tonight, will we consider drafting, enabling an ordinance for golf carts? I think we've heard a lot of questions tonight and concerns. I think staff heard them as well, and I think that they can be addressed in an ordinance to consider. This would require 2 readings on 2 items, so it'd be 4 different votes, essentially at a minimum, I'm hearing, that we'd need. And so this is the early preliminary stages. My general comments are, as far as, I think it's, low-speed vehicles, they're allowed on the road today with a tag. As we heard from Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, we can talk about a process to mirror that, to register, to ensure that there's people following registrations and licensing process. We can set age limits. And so you can get pretty close, I think, to address the responsibility of the drivers. As far as the location, which would be really that second phase where we get into to designate the roadways, I don't know, what is the speed limit over there on Thurm and West Central? Is it 25?
25, yeah.
So,
Jim, those
to
are
me-
25, right?
Yeah, when we get into that, to address Councilmember Raymond's concern, there might be a possibility to allow it over in that limited area. And as far as Councilmember Willis is to sunset, I think if we move forward with something like this in months, whenever we would actually get to it, the work to rescind or to amend the ordinance is almost probably just as much as a pilot program. And so if we pass something like this and we say, wow, this was a bad decision for whatever reason, I think we can vote to amend it or to strike through it, right? Just as easy as a pilot.
The second phase is the designation of the roadways. That doesn't even require an ordinance. So once you do the enabling ordinance, you designate the roadways, you can undesignate the roadway just as fast as you designated it.
Okay.
So without an ordinance.
And I think under certain circumstances, our ability, for whatever reason, if we feel that there's going to be a high amount of traffic, we could write in the ordinance that, I don't know, if there's an emergency or something, or a period of time where there's going to be an influx of people, spring break, rocket launches, we could have the ability to say, hey, this weekend, no golf carts, if that was, because I'm trying to think about high traffic times or real issues that come up to where people are, crossing A1A and say, you know what, we want to undesignate the roadways for 3 months because we need to educate the public more. Is that something that we'd have the capability of doing?
I think the city would have that capability. Also, just keep in mind that crossing a state highway requires FDOT's consent.
I don't think anyone
The city
agrees
cannot
that
designate that.
that's a good idea. Yeah, I'm willing to consider it and look at it. I think there's a way to do it to address everyone's concerns, and we do have the benefit of following, Cocoa Beach is just past it, and it's west of Brevard, so that it doesn't go all the way to A1A. They take a street in, a block in, so it'd be like our 100 block. Something I talked to our city manager about. When we get to it, is maybe we do 200 block down, so you don't even have that ability to be next to A1A, which can create confusion. So that's all down the road, but for today, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, if you want to, if your motion, and I know you're looking for consensus, but I think a formal motion would work too, is to direct staff to draft an ordinance enabling it, I think.
Okay.
I do have one public comment that I do want to read.
Okay, good. I just want to say that on the other side of A1A, back, where Manatee Park is, and those people that live there, if those streets are 25 and we designate those streets, they could go to the restaurants, they could go to Manatee Park, Banana River Park, they could go to Zarella's, as long as they did not cross A1A. There's a lot of space back there that they would be able to use their golf carts. So that this was just a preliminary idea of a map, but these, once we get into it and designate the streets, they would be able to use their golf carts over there, but just no crossing the highway, A1A.
The public comment I got was from resident Linda Hagan and Rod Hagan, who live here in the city of Cape Canaveral, and they said, no golf carts on the sidewalk. Carts must be licensed per Florida laws, no drivers under legal licensing age per Florida law, no carts on the beach. I think the council, from what I heard, would probably agree with all that. Everyone could speak for themselves, but with that, I will ask, I don't have any other public comment cards on it. I just want to make sure I didn't miss one. Okay, and with that, back to you, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
So I make a motion that we direct the staff to provide a ordinance for the roads, or what did you say?
Enabling ordinance?
An enabling ordinance, there you go.
For golf carts?
For golf carts.
Is there a sunset provision included in that or no?
We can address that. If the council wants an ordinance, you can address the sunset at that time.
Yeah.
I think right now we're
just
looking
wanna-
for direction on whether you want us to present an ordinance for
Yes.
you to consider.
Okay, so I got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum to enable a golf cart ordinance, directing staff to draft that ordinance for us to consider.
I'll second.
Got a second by Councilmember Willis. Any debate? Any more discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 5-0 to direct city staff to draft an ordinance enabling golf carts. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item number 8. This is Dogs on Beach. Councilmember Raymond submitted this item. Give us, Councilmember Raymond. Thank you.
In the summary, I've written, owners are breaking the ordinance daily, residents are taking dogs out at all hours, and especially in the evening. I witnessed 2 large dogs on Saturday, 12/4. I called the sheriff's office and waited 10 minutes. Why have a law and not enforce it? I think what we found is education does not work. We have signs up on every single beach access, no dogs allowed, but dogs are always on the beach. And they are not leashed. The ones that I saw were not leashed. Anyway, my whole problem is, we have a law, let's respect it. And if we aren't going to respect it, and we aren't going to enforce it, why have it? Warnings don't seem to work. I did discuss this with several residents who live on the beach, and a lot of folks say that especially in the evening hours, people like to take their dogs on the beach. And we created a dog beach here, and I thought that might help, but obviously it didn't. And I definitely think it's residents who are breaking the law, not guests, not visitors. Sometimes the dogs are leashed, I said, and sometimes they are not. I witnessed Sunday another dog that was unleashed on Lincoln. Anyway, I don't think this can continue. Several incidents imply that people are rebelling by breaking the law and even folding a brand-new aluminum sign. They took the aluminum sign and folded it in half. I believe that was on Harrison. That was a beautiful new dog sign that Public Works put out. It was a big sign, too, and it was just taken and folded in half. And that's a sign of rebellion. They just think that they can do whatever they want. I think it's ugly behavior. Dog beaches are available in Cocoa Beach, and dogs and owners can walk on designated sections of Cocoa Beach at certain times, early in the AM and certain times in the evenings. I don't blame the dogs. I love dogs. But I do blame the owners. The owners need to be responsible and respect the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Raymond. Just to clarify, what would you like to accomplish with this? Obviously, we're discussing it. Are you expressing your concerns with the council? Any questions for staff? Or?
2 things. I'd like to see the law enforced when there's a problem. It's a daily problem. I realize our police officers can't be everywhere at X moments. However, I remember a few years back, there were the special vehicles bought for the beach to go along the beach and sand. And when I see the police going by in these vehicles, they just go by very fast and on the upper part, closer to the dunes. So sometimes they cannot possibly even see a dog swimming in the ocean. I think it would be very difficult because they're going pretty fast when I see them. And I think that what I would like to see is I would like to see some people actually get ticketed, not warned, because I think the time for education and warnings has passed. And I think the people that are doing this in a very arrogant way. I know I've watched people, the same people, take these big dogs daily onto certain beaches. And I think that a lot of people have witnessed this, and I know people living on the beach tell me that it's gotten to be a significant problem. Thank you.
Thank you. And so your main objective is you want to see that this ordinance that's passed be enforced? Yes. And, okay, got it. With that, council, do we have any questions for Councilmember Raymond or staff related to Dogs on the Beach discussion item? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask the Sheriff's Department, is there a certain time that they go down there? Do they go down there just when someone calls? Is it
No set time, it's random, yeah, so, random patrols, if we get a complaint, obviously, and like Councilmember Raymond said, it is, I mean, there's time. I checked on this specific incident because I wanted to, make sure I had the correct information. And yeah, there was a delayed response on that, and that was the same day as the Corvette toy run, Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral toy run. And so we had, as the 200 plus Corvettes were coming into the port, we had pulled some of the resources up there to kind of, the intersections to bring all that, because obviously those toys and food and stuff that is a direct, it benefits the residents and the kids here in the city of Canaveral. And so that one particular, but I realize there are other incidents other than that, and it's one of those things to where if there are other priority calls, yeah, sometimes it will wait, that call will hold until there's available deputy to be able to go out, and a lot of times they do, then the people have moved on. But I will concede that, yeah, there probably could be some more enforcement, and that we do issue probably a lot of warnings, and so complaint heard, and I will address with our folks as far as to try and step up the enforcement and cut back on the warnings. So. And then, but I would ask too, if you get certain specific complaints that it is kind of an ongoing issue that every day at the end of this street, this person comes out with these two dogs and they're running free on the beach. Let me know, because if we get specifics. And I would venture to say a lot of them are the repeat, I know it's not everybody. A lot of them are probably the repeat offenders that come out and do that. So if we can kind of focus on those repeat and try and, take some enforcement on them, then that'll probably cut down on a lot of complaints. So.
Thank you.
Make sure everybody else has a chance to go first, please. Thank you. Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, are you finished?
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I want to ask Commander, do you need any resources, any additional, is there anything that is needed?
Well, let me evaluate. I've been here 2 months, so let me kind of follow up a little bit with that. I know in last year's budget, I believe we did get the funds to purchase a side-by-side, and I know we do have an ATV. So let me just I'll get back with you on that and double check. I appreciate the offer. I mean, we don't want to take advantage of the kindness and of the city if we have resources available, especially if the funds were just authorized last year to purchase one this year. But I would say, as everybody knows, with the delays, we've made some initial inquiries, and we're looking 6-8 months out, before we can get something. So. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Member Davis?
Fine, thank you.
Councilmember Raymond?
Here's the issue. I know you're conscientious, thank you. Last Saturday, I went to the beach, and there was another big dog there on Lincoln. I didn't bother calling. And I think I was enjoying my book, and I just didn't, I was discouraged. And I think that's what happens. After a while, you just get discouraged because, when you do call, nothing really happens, or if I ever should say something, normally I wouldn't. But after a while, you just kind of give up on it. And I think some of our citizens may have already given up on this issue. I know the people living down at Artesia told me it's a big problem now, down on Buchanan, down on Lincoln. Thank you.
Thank you. My only comment is, I am a firm believer if we have an ordinance, it should be enforced. I don't always agree with the ordinance. Some of them I wish we didn't have. I'm not saying that this is the case here. I don't know anything more controversial than dogs on the beach. Welcome to Cape Canaveral.
I was warned, yes.
Yeah. And so I know that staff has worked hard with the previous commander to promulgate, to create awareness, to educate people. And when you men and women suit up every day, we want you focused on violent crimes, and we know that that's the priority, and I think this whole council backs that. And so to think that, I've called, I've seen 30-second response times, like, where did you even come from? I'm here to, I've seen 10 minutes, and I'm always mindful that to be you every day, you're working hard. And I think you and our city manager can work together, and maybe in a couple of months, give us an update. Let us know what you observe. Let us know, how it's going, and you have the best judgment for out there. And like Councilmember Willis said, if you need any resources or anything that we can do to help you on the ordinance side, please let us know. So
Sure,
thank
absolutely.
you.
Thank you for understanding. And I will say too, just because I know there's a lot of rentals and things in the community, and I'm not sure, how, if the message is passed when they're doing that. I know there was a presentation with Pro Champs here, and I wasn't able to attend that. But that might be an avenue to look at too, to make sure that when they're advertising their rentals and putting out, maybe they make sure they supply that information to the people coming in from out of the area that don't realize, you know, what the laws are, because obviously Cocoa Beach has an area that dogs are allowed. So maybe they see that and they think, oh, dogs can go on the beach. So it might be something too that maybe they can put something in there to make sure they realize that the dogs are not allowed to be on the beach here in the city of Cape Canaveral.
Great idea. And those are the types of ideas I think you and the city manager. So thank you. I don't think there's any more questions for the commander. Good?
No, thank you.
Thank you. City manager, anything you want to add to this conversation?
No, sir. I would just add that I believe with the vacation rentals, with the registration program, there's a required posting that includes that information. I'll double check that. But, I mean, he came up with that on his own independently, so I'll give you credit for that. But yeah, I think we're probably already doing that one.
Thank you. And trying to be on topic, are we allowed to use the water bill from time to time to promulgate messaging out?
Yeah, very short messaging.
Okay, because if Councilmember Raymond's theory that it is residents, I think it's both. I think it's people who truly don't know and then people who know, and they just continue. And so, thank you. Trust you'll make a good decision. Councilmember Raymond, is there any more? Oh, yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to say why we're telling that you can't have dogs in Cape Canaveral's beaches. Can we tell them where you can have dogs? Like, this beach in Cocoa Beach allows dogs? Could we put that information out? So we're telling them you can't have dogs on our beach, but this is where you can take your dog.
So I think that's a good idea for the city manager. So instead of saying, well, in addition to saying no, where you can't have them, give those visitors and residents, show them the opportunities in Cocoa Beach to have their dog on the beach, and
Yeah.
also let them know about our dog park and our dog-friendly parks.
Molly, if you would reach out to Cocoa Beach and see if they have a promotional piece on their dog beach that we can share with our residents and promote. Let's start and see what they've got already built for us that we can share.
And tell them about our dog park and our,
Yep, all of our parks are dog-friendly, I think, maybe 100% of them.
Gustavo, is that true?
Yep. And we have a dog park designated, okay. Great. Councilmember Raymond, any more on this? Sounds like, did you accomplish what you'd hoped for? That's good. Thank you. And with that, I do have a public comment, which was in all capital letters from Linda Hagan, that says, "No dogs on the beach." So that wraps up item number 8, which now we are moving on to item number 9. This is Councilmember Raymond's item, please.
All right. Time management at council meetings. These are business meetings. Council members should limit comment to 5 minutes and no repetitive comments. And we talked about that today when we discussed Robert's Rules of Order. But I do have a comment, more than just one comment. In our code of conduct, council members signed and need to respect this document. 5-hour meetings need to be an exception, not the norm. Long meetings and repetitive comments have discouraged residents' attendance. After a decision is made by the council, that's the end of the discussion of the particular agenda item. A professional should be able to give a clear, organized presentation in less than 5 minutes. This requires preparation for the council meetings and prior discussion with the city manager and staff. This is very important so that the city staff has clear direction to proceed. Meetings and workshops cost time and money for preparation and execution. I also refer to our code of conduct, and if you have your code of conduct, we all signed this when we became council members. And I'm looking particularly at O and P. O is, I will value and assist my fellow council members by exchanging ideas, concerns, and knowledge through lawful means of communication. I will help build positive community support for the city's mission and the policies established by the city council. And then P, I will support and advocate for my beliefs, but will remain open to understanding the views of others. I recognize that I share in the responsibility for all city decisions and will accept the will of duly authorized decisions of the city council and city electorate. So that's all I want to say on this, and anybody else can discuss. Thank you.
And just to clarify, is there anything that you'd like to accomplish, or you just bringing this concern to this council's awareness?
That, and I think, as I said, we all sign this. When we give our signature to something, we say that we have accepted this, and we're responsible and we're respectful that we have signed this. Thank you, and I just hope that we can all abide by it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Raymond, discussion item to limit, and her hopes that we can all abide by it, and her recommendation of 5 minutes, referencing the code of conduct as well. Council, any questions or comments you'd like to add?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Willis?
I think we just all need to give our best efforts to just do what is necessary to minimize any waste of anyone's time, the public or our own, and we just make the effort. That's all I've got to say about it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Yes, I'd just like to say, unless, when there's a heavy agenda, I would like us to maybe have a workshop before it, when there's a lot of things on the agenda, especially discussion, things where, because of the sunshine law, we can't talk to each other outside of this, the dais. So when I come to a meeting, I want to hear what the other council says. Sometimes it takes longer than it should. Sometimes we talk longer than we should, which is something that we all need to work on. But I think maybe having workshops before meetings, we could do the discussion, so when it comes time to the business meeting of the council meeting, we all know our positions and what we are trying to accomplish. I would be willing, to come at 5 o'clock for, if there's a heavy agenda, to have a workshop before, to speed things up during the meeting. That's my suggestion. I just, unless you have your mind made up before you get here, then you're really not doing your responsibility to hear the public and to hear each other, which is also in our code of conduct. So that's my point.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
No, I disagree that, I sounded like I disagree. I said I agree. That we all do need to be respectful and try to limit our time speaking, but I do understand that there may be times that we may have a little more lengthy, discussion or something to say that, just don't do it every time. But I don't know that we should be limited to, to set a time on us. Just be courteous and try to do it as effective as you can. And if you have something lengthy, then if it's of that importance, then we should be able to say it.
Thank you. And I think in our meeting today with our city attorney, this council doesn't need a second at any time if there's a point of order to where one council member seems to be going off subject or repetitive, as you said. I think that it's appropriate to remind them, because if I ask for a show of hands of who likes long meetings, I don't think anyone would raise their hand. But if we had to really think about real solutions on how do we, if the goal is to have shorter meetings, individuals talking less obviously will result in shorter meetings. But if you just took, just for example, 5 minutes and everyone utilized that per agenda item, there's 5 of us up here who don't get to talk throughout the month. So that's 25 minutes we'd have to budget. If we took our allotted time, obviously that's not going to happen. I don't think people are going to always max out, but there are scenarios, especially when you're talking about large amounts of money or significant impact projects where we get passionate we're making decisions on behalf of the residents. There's a lot of people out there, and to sit in this seat has a lot of pressure. It's good. I think we're all honored and grateful for it. But there is a cautious and careful approach, which does tend to slow things down. And this is something I think we've brought up in the past. When I saw it on here, I've looked at other cities, and just go to their recorded meetings and see what the times are. If you go to, for example, a similar city, pretty similar, Satellite Beach, their meeting's hour and a half, 2 hours, right? Some of ours are 3 to 4, but Satellite Beach meets twice per month. And so when you think, just call it 2 hours, right, twice per month, well, that's 4 hours in a month, right? Cape Canaveral, 4-hour meeting. It's the same amount of time in a month. Also, what the city of Satellite Beach does is you see a lot of workshops, as Mayor Pro Tem Kellum. I'm not trying to be like Satellite Beach. I'm just looking at natural human behavior, voting on issues, and how long we spend. City of West Melbourne, almost identical to us, 1 meeting a month. You will see 4 and 5-hour meetings consistently happening there. They're dealing with the same similar issues as we are, but I think there is a desire up here that we don't want to waste anyone's time. And I think if anyone up here looks like they're grandstanding or trying to take another layer of, outside of their responsibilities, we have the tools already, as we learned today, to call it out, to stay on topic. And my responsibility as mayor will be committed to make sure we are staying on topic. We're reminding of this body of the motion that we're voting on, and I think every meeting we're going to get better. I would love to see workshops come back. The city of Cape Canaveral, prior to, I'm just roughly 2010, I think, under the, 3 city managers ago, there was 2 meetings a month. I see Councilmember Roberts here. They met twice a month. They workshopped at 5:00 p.m. before those meetings. And I think that there is some merit in saying when we have a large agenda, it doesn't even need to be a large agenda. There can be one item on the agenda that has so much significance that it justifies a workshop. So we can flesh a lot of this out and not waste each other's time, because we do want to hear each other. We've met with staff. And so I think that that's something that we really should consider doing is, and another thing that we can use our judgment on, as I was thinking about ways to have more productive meetings, was this meeting has 14, with an add-on, 15 agenda items on it. And so from my experience, when you get to about 10 agenda items, that'll get you in that 2-hour strike zone if everything goes as planned. When you start getting 10 to 12 items, it can go long. I've seen 2 items. We saw 2 items, the special council meeting, the last one, that went 3-4 hours. So there is no standard, but that's something, that was it. Those are my comments. I think that being aware is good, and I'm very proud of this council. I think we're moving in the right direction. We're going to get better every meeting, but workshops is something, as we head into January, I'd really like to consider too. So with that, those are my comments, and I'll leave it with you, Councilmember Raymond. Anything else?
No, thank you very much. I do think that we can move in the right direction, and I think that everyone will be happy, this council, the staff, and our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And I won't want to leave without saying anything to our city manager. Do you have any comments you'd like to add to this?
No, sir, we're happy to do the will of the council.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
do we need to make a motion to have workshops before the meetings? Is that something we do on a discussion item, or?
I think that if this is just a discussion item. I think at any point you want to make a motion, you can do that.
That ability's already there.
You can make any motion, I think, right now, if that's something, unless our city attorney parliamentary objects, I think it's appropriate, or you can do it at reports at the end.
Well,
it's kind of off topic of this particular item, but can be raised, through some other vehicle. Going back to the Robert's Rules presentation, is try not to digress. I mean, I would, hold the thought, but move your items based on the subject matter that's presented, one after another.
Okay.
So you stay better organized.
Got it. I thought with the intent to have shorter meetings, it was on topic that a solution was to add a workshop in. So by the time we get into the meeting, we have shorter meetings.
Like a 5 o'clock thing.
Yes, and what my comments to that is, let's try it for one meeting, like the next meeting, instead of trying to roll something out annually and see how it goes. And so,
Well, I just didn't know if it was now that I bring that up, or,
I think if I'm reading the room properly, and Mayor used the word passion, and I think that's a good word to apply to this. If there's a passionate item on the agenda that we could save an hour off of a 6 o'clock by having it at 5 o'clock, that might be something that will qualify. A council member might say, can we have a 5 o'clock start to workshop that one passionate item before we start at 6? I think that's what the mayor is going for here, and I totally would understand that. And if the council wants to do that, we're happy to oblige.
yep, I think the next meeting, let's assess, use our best judgment, and then we can talk about a more formal process. Maybe the Tuesday I'd like to hear city clerk weigh in on what would work best for them and you. That maybe it's 2 weeks prior. If you want a workshop, you need to request it by that time. We have a process to request workshops, but I think Mayor Pro Tem Kellum's looking for something more standing. And so if you're okay with it, I think he'll use his judgment on the next one. We'll see the agenda.
okay,
And
yeah, that's fine,
you have the power to request a workshop for the next meeting. So
okay, gotcha.
I would probably give it a try no matter what's on it in the January meeting. I think it's worth the time.
And I think that the council generally has an awareness of those passionate items as they're coming up. It's not going to surprise you the day you receive the email, here's an agenda, oh, wow, there's a passionate item there. That's not going to happen. I don't see that happening.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Raymond.
I just think that we could use a workshop only when appropriate. I don't think that necessarily to say that we need to have a workshop every single meeting, only when appropriate. Thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you. Okay, and with that, I think that,
And Mayor, if I could say, that's how I understood it, as Councilmember Raymond said it, as needed, as appropriate.
yes. Excellent. Well, that wraps up agenda item number 9. We are at 8:00 p.m. We have now moved on to agenda item number 10. This is a discussion item that I submitted.
Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. We did have a public comment on agenda item 9
Yes, thank you. And is this from Linda Hagan?
from Mr. Campbell.
Yes, I actually got 2. Thank you for that reminder. The one from Hagan, both of them could not be here. Mr. and Ms. Hagan both said, don't stifle our voices or our council members' voices with time limits on council meetings. So, and then Mr. Campbell's comment, item number 9. Is that right? Yeah, that's where we are, 9. Just got to find it here. Mr. Campbell's comment will be read into the record. It says, there is nothing new or unique in the management of Cape Canaveral council meetings. In general, any discussion, any city that desires to streamline administrative functions like meetings ultimately end up with the same targets. The bulleted list, as you can see, is limit public comment during high attendance meetings, limit council member discussion, limit repetition of praise and agreement between council members, adhere to the agenda order, establish time limits for agenda items, limit presentation ceremonies, meet more than once a week, call for a, quote, point of order after discussion has gone longer than 30 minutes to force vote or table the issue, increase use of city council citizen committees to hear public comment. For citizens, a council meeting is one of the few opportunities to hear and interact with our representatives to understand their positions. We depend on council members being well-versed on the topics, have an understanding of citizen desires, and be prepared to make an informed decision. This should not be assigned an arbitrary time limit. Public comment should be expanded, not limited. Council members should be incentivized to properly prepare for the discussions, and the incentive should be that they are paid for the time used to prepare. The current salary structure does not provide an acceptable compensation for time required to do their duties satisfactorily. There should be willingness to have more than one meeting a month when the volume and complexities of the agenda warrants it. A 30-minute point of order seems reasonable, and council members wanting additional discussion can vote to table the issue to allow additional research. That was Pat Campbell, 305 Surf Drive. Thank you for the reminder, City Manager. Okay. Did I miss any public comments from the public? I have no cards, just making sure. I got a lot today. So moving on to item number 10, this is a discussion on limiting the city council's ability to incur debt to fund projects that are not defined as, quote, critical infrastructure, as well as setting minimum standards to require a minimum amount of community workshops prior to funding a project. This is an item that I submitted. I'll explain it, and then I look forward to working with council. So the first thing I want to say is that we're just starting the conversation here, but I think it's an important conversation to have. And as our responsibilities as a city council is to shape policy, set a budget, and I think that this is right within our boundaries of making policy. And then there's an opportunity or responsibility within the citizens on changing the charter of this city. And so what I did was, looking since 2017, since I've been elected, I saw from my outreach, from my perspective in the community, a city council with a majority vote that could do some extraordinary things very quickly. The council with a 3 out of 5 majority vote representing 10,000 citizens could essentially take on really unlimited amounts of debt on any type of project that they want, and they could really do it without any engagement beyond noticing the public meeting, put it in the newspaper, put it up on the front of City Hall, distribute it in some other avenues. And within 2 readings, by ordinance, the debt can be taken on. And what we saw from 2012, when the city had a little over $2 million in debt, to 2021, which now we've approved over $20 million in debt, is over a 10-year period, we've seen 10 times the amount of debt. Now, I am not opposed to debt. I'm going to say that again. I am not opposed to debt. What I am opposed to is the uses of those funds. And so the reason I presented this to the council is this isn't my idea. This idea was brought to me by a variety of citizens over the years when they saw the city making, those $6.5 million votes of debt, and our most recent, I think, was 1.2 million, and we had 8 million, I think, on some, or 6 million, roughly 6 to 8 million on stormwater project, which we've only used, I think, 1 million of that. But the decisions that were made quickly raised a concern with the citizens. The citizens said, we feel that we're not being represented. And I started to research what other states had done, what other communities had done, and they really created a framework that said, depending on the type of use of money, there's a point where the citizens should have a say. And I don't know what that point is. That's for this council to decide. We need to decide, and we have to look past ourselves in these seats. We have to think, we're setting policy, whether it's in our ordinance, our city attorney can advise the best approach, whether, if this council even wants to do this, whether it's through our charter and requiring the citizens to obviously get involved and follow that process, is there a point to where 3 people, a majority, have too much power? We see cities going bankrupt. We see cities becoming insolvent. And today, it's hard to say that because I think we've got some things moving in the right direction. But because this policy exists, that it's basically wide open, unfettered, that one day we could see a point to where there is no limit to stopping. A new majority council could come in next year and say 10 more million in debt. There's nothing in our ordinances that would stop it. And so my hope is that we can, I tried to put together kind of the process of the charter and how that looks, but I really put 3 questions at the end there of the summary. Number 1 is, how would the city council define critical infrastructure? And so debt for critical infrastructure, I think the people elect us to make those decisions. We don't need to go out to the public to fix things like stormwater, wastewater treatment plants, police, fire, essential services, however this council defines it. But when it comes to, as we say, the nice to haves opposed to the need to haves, the amenities, there's a point to where I think we can say, what are those items that are not critical infrastructure? Parks. I mean, at some point you have to rank a need versus a want. You just can't call everything a need. There's a point to where you have to ration. And that's the first question, is what is critical? If we had to rank, what is the first thing that must be funded? What's the next thing? And as you do that snowball effect, what's the things that fall towards the bottom that we want to fund, but it will not get in front of these other items? The second question is, how much debt should be approved by the voters per project that is not defined in critical infrastructure? So this is really how much money. So what I'm saying is, even if it is not critical infrastructure, it is an amenity. I think this council should be able to take on debt of a certain amount. Call it $250,000. We don't need to go to a citizen vote for $250,000. So that's the next question I'm asking this council if we will consider, is how much money is too much? How much do we want to have where we can move for those defined types of projects? And the last question is, what is the minimum public engagement process, whether it be with workshops and other standards needed to fund a project that is not defined as critical infrastructure? So say we identify a little property. It's $250,000. This council might say that is not critical infrastructure. We can take on debt because it's $250,000. But I'm adding a third layer. At a minimum, I'm asking, not telling, should we engage the public for one workshop? If we're going to call it a community project, we should be excited about engaging the public. And so the third thing is to put that internal control that says you are given a higher level of service, a greater opportunity than just saying we're going to vote on it. Your opinion was valued before we voted in debt. By adding into our ordinance or our charter that a minimum of one workshop or some sort of citizen engagement shall be held or must be held. Those are the 3 questions. Obviously, the big question is, I hope that my intent is clear, and I hope that you understand that this council has the full authority to set limits as big or as small and as wide or as deep as we want. And with that, I thank you for hearing me out on this item. So I do have some public comment items. Council, do you want to talk now or do you want to hear the public first? Okay, I'm happy with that. If you're okay with talking now. Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Raymond.
I'm ready. I'm not in favor of this whatsoever. I feel that we've been elected to do a job, and the council meetings are a business meeting. And we have had the visioning workshop in 2010. We're going to have another revisioning workshop in 2022. At those visioning workshops, the residents had the opportunity to say what they want for our city. And then the council tried over a period of years to do some of the things that people really, really wanted in that visioning workshop. And I think that that's what the council has been doing from everything that's been done in the last several years. Some people may not like it, but that is what happened. I believe, too, that if we were to adopt something like this, it would just slow the work down of the council. Elections and referenda cost money. Workshops cost money. A lot of people say they're interested, but we really have not had that great of attendance at some of the workshops that we did prior to the multi-gen facility. We had several workshops over in our recreation building way in the beginning, starting probably 6 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong, Gustavo, but there were several, 6 and 7 years before anything came about. And they were not well attended. Sometimes we only had 6 or 7 people at those meetings. And those meetings were definitely publicized. And then we had several other workshops. Nothing that we do is a knee-jerk decision. I'm insulted when people say that. We work very, very hard to make good decisions based upon the residents' wants and needs. And I think that most elected officials have the best interest of the city, and we are doing our job. We study, we do research before we make a decision. We ask questions. We go to the meetings prior to the council meetings with the city staff and the city manager. If we have specific questions, we even can go to the city engineer. These meetings are very important for clarification so that we're prepared when we come to the meetings. Staff is already worked very hard and overworked. I think that trying to put more onto the staff, I think we have to be very, very cautious. Our staff has done an outstanding job, but enough is enough. And I think after we do our revisioning workshop, we'll have a clear path to follow based upon the residents' wants and needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Willis?
I would prefer to hear from the citizens first.
Sure.
Because sometimes our proclamations or whatever we're trying to say either inhibits or incites. And I would like to just hear what the public has to say, and let's go with it.
I'll let, if you want to speak first individually, we can.
I'm in agreement with the public speaking.
Okay. You want the public to speak first? Okay, with that, I have some cards, and I also got a couple of comments. The first card I have is, this is agenda item number 10, right? Yep, 10, is from Mr. Scott Holmes.
In the spirit of discussion item number 9, I'll keep this brief. And I just want to say that, debt is a necessary evil. I'm a businessman, so I understand that. Although I do believe that we should keep our debt in check. It always feels good when we can pay for what we get. And I also believe, Councilmember Raymond, that I do believe that most people go into public service and they do it with the best intent. And so I absolutely agree with you. But I do think that in public service, the transparency of most everything that goes on leads to accountability. And I think that if we can increase the transparency, it'll be better for all the citizens of Cape Canaveral. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other cards on this. Is there anyone from the public that submitted a card that I may have missed? Just want to make sure. Okay. I do have a comment from Mr. Pat Campbell on this item. For those who don't know, Pat submitted a few items, and so we're reading them as they come up. His comments are, in addition to the recommendations included in this agenda item, I would like to see language that requires public approval, a vote, for a single city expenditure exceeding a certain amount, say $750,000. I would also like the city to consider participatory budgeting. Participatory budgeting is a democratic process through which community members directly decide how to spend part of a public budget. Participatory budgeting will help directly involve residents in the budgeting and city building process, foster civic engagement and community spirit, and help ensure that the city's plans reflects the priorities of Cape Canaveral residents. Got a comment from Linda Hagan, says, limit the city staff council's ability to incur debt for non-critical infrastructure projects, hold public workshops to gain public knowledge and consent. Urgent matters can be approved by a unanimous council vote to avoid putting on the ballot. Item number 10 from Richard Woodland says, he said he may not be able to attend the 12/21 meeting, but would like the following comment brought to the attention of the council members. In view of the substantial debt increase placed upon the citizens of Cape Canaveral by previous city councils for the purpose of non-essential large capital improvements, the current process of approval should be examined closely by this council. I hope some kind of capital improvement, deficit spending firewall can be adopted that will force future large, non-essential capital projects above a set dollar amount be voted on by the citizens. Rick Woodland, 302 Pierce Avenue. I have a comment from Lori Curtis. It says, Dear Mayor Morrison and council members of the City Council, I write in support of the proposal offered by Wes Morrison to offer residents more input into the process of approving debt for non-critical infrastructure projects such as the proposed Promenade project. I oppose the Promenade project as it represents a wasteful expenditure of public funds to go into debt for an unnecessary project that is both inflated in cost and will destroy several local small businesses. It is the time for our city to carefully prioritize critical spending needs rather than just funding spending wants that put us further into debt. There will always be many appealing projects looking to be funded, and we as a city need to take a more fiscally responsible look at how we balance needs and wants. Also, the Promenade project in particular represents a huge cost to the city to benefit one property owner who is asking an inflated price. It will force long-term city business out of their locations by the hands of the city to whom they have paid taxes. As a resident of Cape Canaveral, I respectfully request that you support Mayor Morrison's proposal to allow greater citizen input into the approval process for these expenditures so that projects are prioritized based on immediate need rather than a long-term desired items list. The city has many urgent needs which should be addressed before purchasing the Promenade and forcing small business owners to leave their location and potentially the city itself. I don't think the city should try to put small businesses out of business for an expensive and unneeded park project. Thank you for your consideration of my comments and the comments of other residents who are also concerned about the runway spending and borrowing and about protecting the small businesses located in the city. And the last item I have is from Bill and Sarah Hodge. I don't know if that was intended to be read tonight. I know you're here. Yes. Would you like to read it? I can give it, if not, I'm happy to read. Okay. Mayor Morrison and council members, we hope that the council will support item 10 on the agenda by Mayor Morrison. Many of the taxpayers are concerned that if the city keeps spending the way they have, a lot of people will not be able to live here. When they say we have plenty of money and can afford the $8 million+ plus multi-generational facility with it being funded by CRA funds. This is not true. It is a matching fund that gives 50% of the funding with our taxes paying the rest of the cost of the building. The CRA is not funding for maintenance, insurance, utility, heat, and air conditioning bills, which will be a huge for a 23,300 square foot building, luxury gym equipment, furnishings, and additional staff. They will have to charge fees, which the city has not told us the amount yet. The original plan was 18,000 square feet, then the city decided to change it to 23,330 square feet. The community center in Viera is 18,000 square feet that serves the huge area of Viera. Why did you build such a large multi-generational facility for a 1.9 square mile city? It is for tourists. Is it for tourists? Some of the taxpayers will not be able to afford these fees, so therefore there will not be much raised from the fees. The YMCA in Cocoa had to close and they were charged $1 a year for the building rent from the college. We do believe that there should be a recreation building for our youth and others, not just something this huge and expensive. It is already done, so we will have to pay for it with increased taxes, but something must be done to control anything in the future except needed expenses, especially at this economic time. The Promenade project should be stopped until the people that will pay taxes have it vote on it. It is unusual for a mortgage company to loan more than the appraised value with a low interest rate. It might be because they are guaranteed repayment because the taxpayers are on the hook for it. It was said this is, quote, a good investment. The city contracted to pay approximately $200,000 over the appraised value. The seller paid approximately $200,000 less only 1 year before. Why would the city want to evict the paying tenants to tear down a commercial building on this property that also generates real estate taxes from the owner for a small park on A1A with gas fumes, and it will also be dangerous for children to play in? Our city should be concerned about CRA funding in the future if the city continues to spend it on luxury amenities instead of needing projects. Our family wants more financial transparency and accountability in our city government spending. Thank you for your considerations on this matter. Those are the items I have. I know that was a little long, but again, it's the holidays and some citizens felt like they needed to email them in or have them read. But I think some of that might have seemed off topic, but the point that I'm hearing from that is that when we make these decisions, all those projects, multi-gen, you can say they're done, but you can see that a vision 20 years ago may not line up with the citizens we have today. And so with that, thank you for your public comments. Anything else from the public? Seeing none, council, back to us. Councilmember Willis, I believe. We've heard from the public. I think it's back to you.
One of the concerns I have is that we would be handcuffing future councils by putting everything to a vote. Now, granted, there are concerns, but hypothetically, an opportunity could arise, and if going to be putting it on a ballot, on a November ballot, then there's going to be a cutoff limit for that being on that ballot. So an opportunity arises that the entire city wants, unquestionably wants, and it exceeds whatever spending limit or borrowing limit we're going to put on it. But it arises past that cutoff period. City wants it, everybody wants it. But it has to wait until the following November. Okay? Now, that puts us in a position where timing removes the opportunity. It could go somewhere else. It could be rescinded, voided, whatever. Cost will go up. So once we allow the vote on that item, whatever the threshold might be, the ability to borrow the money will be at a higher interest rate, more than likely. I mean, it's all hypothetical. And cost will go up. I don't see costs on any construction or anything else going down over the past few years. So that would be a concern to me, is that we would miss an opportunity. It might be an opportunity to purchase a piece of property that we would need in the future that is only available now, and we can't get it. Now, I'm more than happy to engage workshops, multiple workshops on any item, and would happily support that, because I want to hear what people say. I've gone out to talk to people wherever they are many times, and I'm happy to get any comment from anyone. But I just think we would be in a position that future councils won't be able to accept or be able to work with. So that's my concerns.
And to repeat it back to make sure it's really down to timing. You have an opportunity, you need to move quickly. The citizens want it, the council wants it, and here we are. We gotta wait. I guess in a worst case scenario would be an election just passed, right? Say now, like December. We would have to wait till November, according to this, which is the next election.
Well, theoretically, you would have to cut it off before, a certain period before November, to 60 days ahead, 45 days ahead, whatever it would take to put it on a referendum. So if the opportunity came up 30 days before the election, you're not going to have time to get it out there.
Excellent point. So
you're
even a
13 months
worst-case
out.
scenario would be, like, it could be a 15-month. It's really from the deadline to submit the
Yes.
ballot.
Yeah.
That would be the worst-case scenario. Let's
Yeah.
call it 15, 16-month scenario. Understand. That's a concern, and I share that concern with you under those conditions. I think that if these boxes check, the citizens definitely want this property. The timing is right, and the costs are great right now. And we need to move quickly. Man, we're regretting this now, right? That's a valid concern, and I think that my hope for today is that we see if there's a way to overcome that concern. I don't want to get into the solutions. I just wanted to repeat back, so I'm taking a list as we're starting this conversation of the concerns. So the opportunity is gone due to the time delays and the nature of what it would take on a ballot and the other risks like costs going up and
Yes.
interest rates going up. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Davis or?
And I agree with Councilman Willis, and I also agree with Councilman Raymond. I think that this council was elected and was, trusted by this community to elect us to make these decisions. I think by putting a limit on that restricts us, it restricts future council, it restricts, I just think that we were elected. Let us do our job that we were elected to do, basically. And I'll be honest, I think a lot of this has come from the purchase of the promenade. And I think there are people out there that are not happy about that. And I understand that, and I agree, I don't agree, I understand where you're coming from. But there are also people that are out there that approve of the purchase of the promenade. So there are people out there, I think there's a group of both of you, and both of you have your opinions that and I respect your opinions, and I would like to get more input from the community, but all of this is based on the purchase of the promenade, and a group of people are not happy with it. And I understand that. But again, this council was elected to do this. And just as I say in the code of conduct, we agreed that we will accept, we'll accept the will and duty authorized decisions of the city council. That's something that we have to accept. We may not agree with it. We may not, not everyone agreed with the purchase of the promenade, but it was a legitimate vote twice, and now it's done. And I think at this point, I disagree that there should be any limits to this council. I agree there should be input, from the community. I agree there should be workshops on special issues. I don't know, I'd have to think further about workshops on prior to every meeting. That's something I'm open to, but I don't know that I agree to right now. And I just think that, this was decided, and it's time to move forward.
Thank you. And we can circle back because I know we're kind of fleshing this out. We were elected is a concern, and that echoes what Councilmember Raymond said. One thing I did hear on focusing on what we do agree on is that that there's a time to engage the public, like a workshop.
Of course.
We're open to a workshop. At least out of the 3 questions, that would be the last one. That's one that we would be willing to say an ordinance that when the city's taking on a debt, that at least one workshop will be held.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but I think it requires more than one, actually. You have people that would like to be at meetings, can't for whatever reason. I think it needs to be set up so that you have people who are not afraid to come. I mean, I've met people that will refuse to get on Facebook because of the responses they get. And people are intimidated about coming here sometimes. So I think we've got to make it as respectful and as collegial as possible for people to come and present their views, and to be respected, just as we require to be respected. So I think it requires more than one workshop, just for the mere opportunities that we need to provide.
Okay, good. And I just wanted to repeat it back. I do want to go to Mayor Pro Tem Callum, give her a chance.
Sure.
And then
No,
we
no
can circle
problem.
back through.
No, I
I'm just
understand
trying to
completely.
capture kind of the silver lining here, what we do agree on.
I agree with Councilman Willis on the, handcuffing future councils, and also the timeline, if we want a project and being able to put it on the ballot and all that. But I agree, I also think that if we're going to, we have to inform the public and have workshops. And I think it's worth spending the money that we argued about before on postcards to people in the city. There's lots of older people that aren't on Facebook and aren't on the city. And, to spend $5,000 on a $1.27 million project is, I'm just using that for an example, but I think, maybe take our time, get the public input, do more than one workshop, but definitely have more input from the voters. And then also, and I'm not sure how this works, and maybe Todd can answer it, but if we, instead of setting an amount of money, if we lowered the debt ratio, would that also handcuff council in the future? I don't know what we're at right now, the
So
debt
are
ratio.
you talking about, because this is something that I thought about, to have a metric other than the limit that says when the debt to income ratio exceeds 10% or the debt coverage
Right.
ratio, then the council would.
Right, where
You've put us in a financial strain defined by financial performance. Okay.
Right.
You-
Mayor, that's the reason we have one of the many reasons we have an audit. The auditor he's the doctor of our financial health. So when he or she or their company is here, and that's something they talk about, is what our debt coverage is and how healthy we are with debt. And the questions can be asked, the public can ask those questions. And I would definitely take the advice of our auditor on our picture of financial health any day. I really value that opinion. And Candace, when does the auditor present? What month is it? In February? So we'll have an opportunity to get the pulse of our health, our financial picture at that time. But yeah, I put a lot of stock in what he or she says.
Is there something in the charter now or an ordinance that says we can only take on this much debt ratio?
I haven't seen anything in our financial policy under or budget about debt ratio limits. We have a general reserves limit of 20% that we have to. Yeah, but that general reserves limit is a good example of what we could do on the debt side, right? to take on debt, we have to have an ordinance. That's an internal control, right? It's gotta be passed through too. And I understand, I think, city manager's opinion, but if you could, there is a point, right? Is it 10%? Is it 15% is the debt service coverage, right? If the auditor comes to you and says, hey, you guys are at 15%, right? I'm just gonna use this. You don't wanna hit 20%, right? That's bad. We all agree. Well, the goal of this would be, hey, 25% is absolutely unacceptable, right? This council, or 30%, you can set it as high as you want to go. You are reckless at this point, right? We can't imagine ourselves doing it, but that's I think a good financial internal control that would limit someone in the future, just like we did. So that's not in here, but I think it's a good idea. And my hope is to just start this conversation and that we start developing a work product in an ordinance and our city attorney to weigh in to where we can get somewhere with this. And so,
That's what I'm saying, if we limited the ratio, that we can only go to this without council approval. No, I don't know, what's our debt ratio now?
I think our city attorney might have some concerns or.
Want to answer that question?
Candace, do you have the debt ratio number on the top of your head? 8%. And what did the auditor say last time was healthy?
They said 10% is excellent, so anything below 10% was fantastic. Anything above 10% is still kind of healthy, but 10% is about where you really want to be.
Okay, so you don't want to be at 20% or anything like that,
No.
right?
It'd be like a cap. We put a cap on ourselves. You'd have to vote to break the cap.
I think that, I don't know that we have to put a hard and fast rule in because none of us want to be embarrassed by that checkup that we get from that auditor. And once we're getting near that cap, once we're getting near that percentage point, 10% or whatever, we better scale back on things.
Yeah, but this is Todd and Mickey and Wes.
Yeah.
We're all here.
Yeah.
We're talking, I agree with you. This policy is to do a service to the citizens of this community and say, we have to define excessive at some point. I mean, and to think that you wouldn't do it, I agree. But honestly, this would be our vote. And you could be screaming, don't do it. And you get a few reckless council members up here, not us. And we're sitting here going, hey, we were in a tight ship. What happened? That's the point of this. This isn't anything new. I mean, other cities have these financial procedures in place and internal controls. I don't know how we define them today, but I think if we could walk away with anything, maybe our finance department comes back with some recommendations from the audit. Let's let our auditors tell us. I'm sure they audit other cities. They can say, hey, here's what this city did. And obviously our city attorney, from a legal and state statute standpoint, needs to steer us in the right direction. And do you have something you want to say? I see you kind of.
I could probably go on for hours on this one. For tonight, since you're broaching this issue, this issue is so complicated and has so many different layers to it with respect to municipal finance, that I would just caution the city council just to really be circumspect about this. Not all debt is the same. I mean, I know you're talking about maybe overall debt ratio from an audit standpoint, but keep in mind, the city doesn't have any general obligation debt, meaning none of the debt that the city has entered into has pledged ad valorem taxes. Much of your debt is related to enterprise funds and utilities. That overall debt ratio from the city, while it may matter from a general auditing standpoint, doesn't really give you good metrics when you're trying to run a specific utility, because you use debt service coverage ratios with respect to the revenue that the utility can generate and paying the utility's obligation on debt, such as sewer repairs and and all that type of infrastructure that, you know, Jim has to do manage on a daily basis. So, and referendums, keep in mind, are referendums of registered voters that, you know, some of which, or many of which, may be in Cape Canaveral and not, you know, not property owners. And so when you're thinking about certain types of debt, you know, you look at who pledges the repayment of that debt or the revenue sources that repay that debt. You know, it's just a very complicated, it's just very, very complicated issue, and not all debt is the same. There are emergencies, your CRA funds, debt as well. You know, so they're just different ways, different financing issues that you need to consider. Now, I've heard the council talk about additional workshops with respect to debt. I mean, that's an internal control. You know, the city council, if it chose to adopt an ordinance, to have workshops prior to, you know, certain levels of debt service, you know, being approved, you certainly can do that. You know, it's pretty straightforward. Keeping in mind that in order to actually incur debt, the city has to adopt ordinances. So there are already two public hearings, right? So you can add additional hearing requirements as an internal check and balance so you can get more public input. So those are just some initial comments. It's just it's a complex issue. I would just encourage you to really be circumspect about imposing voter control on debt service. It could come back to seriously hurt the city, especially in emergency situations, and timing of like refinancings and opportunities to, you know, we've been in a very low interest environment for a decade. That may not always be the case going in the future. So if you were to impose additional timing constraints on debt, you could be losing opportunities to get favorable interest rates. I mean, there are just so many issues that you need to consider.
No, and I think we talk a lot about the cost of things going up. We talk about interest rates, but there's also another issue, and that's citizen desire. So when we get this great interest rate and we get these really low costs because they're going up, but the citizen appetite is not well justified, it's not there because we did not do a workshop. We did not do a workshop for the multi-generational facility to any of my history or research. There was some what they called brainstorming sessions. This is where our community services, our director, I think Josh, would hold these things. I highly disagreed with the turnout. I went to a few, and there was a variety of topics. The city did a workshop when they went to go get that survey to get the fund, I think through Kimberly Horn, to do the necessity. That was a workshop. It was a rainy night. It was a bad, I think 15 or so people did it, and they came and they did a survey. The only workshop that I am aware of that this city held is a legitimate workshop is for the massive the zoning change that was required by state statute that we have a workshop. That's the only one. I have asked for workshops for the multi-generational facility, for the Cape Center, and just recently for the Promenade, and we've denied every one of them. And so I'm very happy to hear today this council sit and say, you know what, we're going to do workshops moving forward. I don't know how many more projects we have, but for the sake of time, I think that introducing this, I agree that it's complex, but I don't think it has to be. Sounds like we've got something with the required workshop ordinance. That sounds like it's got some merit that this council will at least consider. As far as the limits, I never intended handcuffing the enterprise funds. This is why the first question says define critical infrastructure. I solved that in 2 seconds. Does not include enterprise funds or utility funds. Done. So that complexity is simplified. This is for departments that this council defines or types of projects. And I don't think that's complicated. I think that's simple. And you know what? If it is complicated, it's worth it to me. And so maybe we could do this in a multiple phased approach to where we say, let's at least implement the workshops. Let's define how many workshops we want. and we can start working on that ordinance. My question that I have, or as far as, and as far as opportunities go, I mean, really ask ourselves, the other thing we can think about is, we could say, in the event that a debt is needed for a certain project, a unanimous vote is required, right? So if it is well justified in the city, if it is wanted and that we were elected to do our job, well, then it should be unanimous, right? So you could say anything over $1 million needs a unanimous vote, right? Or we could say supermajority vote is needed. In the event that a supermajority vote or a unanimous vote isn't obtained, then you have to workshop it. And I think if justification's there, the citizens were elected to do that job. And so those are just some other ideas that we can consider to get around the concerns about the opportunity. We could move fast if we got a unanimous vote. We could move fast if we got 2/3 vote, however we want. That might be the quickest way. And my question and final question is with the city manager or a city attorney is, if the citizens changed our charter, followed the process, and this went out to vote, say we don't move forward, the citizens went out, they went through the petition process, they got the signatures, it went on the ballot, and the petition said that the citizens of Cape Canaveral, see, the goal was that this council has an opportunity to put our internal controls on ourselves. That was my hope, is to start that conversation today. The citizens today walk away and go, they didn't do it. They didn't put the measure, it's like watching Congress put term limits on themselves. Congress never wants to put term limits on themselves. And so we don't want to limit ourselves. We're smart. We would never make those decisions. I understand, but the citizens don't like it. They go off, they circulate a petition, they work with our city clerk, our elections officer, meet the deadlines, it goes to the judges, ballots, everything is satisfied under state statute, under our charter. What is and then it goes into our charter, right? Council doesn't even have to touch it. At that point, the citizens decide what they want us to do. And guess what we can't do? We can never change it. We have no control over it at that point at this council. And so what I'm saying to you today is, this is a discussion item. We have an opportunity to say, we'll put some limits on ourselves. Otherwise, these people that I know, that I keep in touch with, this will pass. I firmly believe that this will pass.
All right.
And what I'm saying is I will be in the community listening and working and to do what's needed, because I think it's important to the citizens. And so today, we can sit up here and we can say, we were elected to make the tough decisions, we need to do this. They have power too. And our charter gave them that power. And if they take it and if it's put in there, we cannot undo it. So if we change it, we could undo it, we could amend it. That's my hope, is that we understand that reality.
Mayor, I'd like to end this discussion today, and this is a discussion item, and I think that maybe we should just end this for today. And I think, as I think it's been brought up, this is a slippery slope. When I say that I think we have to be cautious, take, for example, in Palm Bay, they have a special election going. It's going to cost $259,000 for that election. I know, but I think this is a slippery slope. So I would like to end this discussion today. Perhaps we can discuss this on another time. Let's table this discussion today.
Do we
At this
agree
point,
that we would
and
like to
I
see-
think it's too much right now. I think that this is a discussion for another time. I think we need to end it today.
I agree that it's an uncomfortable
Thanks.
conversation.
No, I think it's time to end it if you want.
Well, there's a
I
process.
think we need to end this
You've made
today.
that clear. You're repeating yourself, which is one
Yes,
thing
and
didn't.
you too. Thank you.
Well,
That's a point.
we
There's a
were clear
point.
that you wanted
You've
it-
gone off the subject. I'm sorry.
No, actually, I spelled out the entire charter, the entire chart. Did you read the agenda packet that I provided? If you did, you'll clearly see that this was spelled out in.
Yes, but it's a discussion item.
Which
This is
means
a
that
discussion item.
That doesn't change anything.
All right, well, I think it's time to
So-
end it.
No, that's okay, you're allowed to think that. I want to make sure that this council, as a majority, if we want to end it, or we can do that, but your opinion
I
is
think that
noted.
Mr. Mayors, I think that we've heard everyone's position, and it is a discussion item, and we're not taking action on this today. We brought up a lot of good points, and I definitely think it should be brought back again for us to discuss again. And not to discount the residents, we hear them, and it's important, but I think, it's a discussion item, and I think that everybody had their piece, if anybody in the public wants to say anything. And the public knows that we are listening, we do hear, it's a lot to work out, but I think for the sake of time, you have a very valid points here, and it's worth thinking about, looking at, for us to talk to our residents and to see what they have to say, and bring it back again for another discussion.
That makes me very happy that we are all considering to move forward. I would like to make a motion that we direct the city staff, just like in your discussion, we made some motions. I know this is, to come back with a proposed ordinance on workshops, requiring workshops. I think we can just take that one item, that when debt is taken on, something that we can consider at a future meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Any debate on that to consider? I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how many, but staff can make their best proposal. That's my only comments. So we got a motion on the floor by myself, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Kellum.
And it's just to discuss, make sure I understand it clear.
Workshops
Just that we're
about debt.
about talking about, okay.
So we're looking at excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we're looking at a number of workshops to consider debt.
Quantity, timing, length, location, all the above. I think it's all up for discussion. It's saying this council wants to look at workshops on these bigger decisions.
But if it's up for discussion, are we limiting staff on creating an ordinance?
Well, the goal is that staff comes back with a proposed ordinance on workshops. That our ordinance would show, here's the procedure to take on debt. In the event the city takes on debt, a workshop shall be scheduled so many days prior, or whatever the process they come up with, and whatever we work through. That was the idea.
Well, I don't want to have staff working on something that we're going to turn around and alter right away if we're still discussing it. That's my only concern over that. But
Well, it at least gives us something tangible, because what I don't want to do is to go in and have another, I think we all took this, I had 3 questions. That one seemed to resonate well, and my hope was, can we take that one out and move to that next step and say, let's look at a draft ordinance? How about, I'll split it with you. If they come back with some ideas, some terms.
that would be acceptable to me.
You want to have a workshop about a workshop?
I think city staff will be working hard on that, so
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
So,
Come back with some ideas on it.
okay, so I guess I'll move to amend the main motion to direct city staff to come up with some general terms and ideas on workshops.
I'm sorry, Mayor, but I see council member raising her hand down there.
Yes, I've had my hand up to speak. I am in agreement with Councilman Willis. I think at this point, we need more discussion on it. I am not comfortable with having the staff make up an ordinance. I am good with them coming up with ideas for discussion, but I don't think, I don't think at this point I'm comfortable with them going with an ordinance.
Okay, so this is a draft ordinance. Does,
No ordinance.
No, there was a motion for an ordinance on a workshop. I think that was seconded.
yes,
And then the mayor amended is attempting to amend the main motion to dispense with the ordinance requirement right now and just have staff bring back the ideas. There has not been a second on the amendment.
Correct.
Second it.
Okay, so we got a motion to amend the main motion to direct staff to come back with some ideas and terms for workshops pertaining to debt for the city. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Callum. A one-pager. I mean, just something simple. Continue the discussion.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Any more discussion on that?
I was just, we're going to limit it to debt only. That's the only ideas, or any other type of special, the ideas of what we should do in any special situations, or are we limiting it to debt only?
This was just to debt, but I think when we get into that meeting, we can expand it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll just repeat it back. So we're going, so the motion on the,
Do you need me to?
Yeah, the amendment is on the floor right now. So you have to vote on the amendment, and if that passes, then you have to vote on the main motion as amended.
okay. So we're going to call the roll on the amendment to direct staff to come back with some ideas on workshops pertaining to debt.
To dispense with the ordinance requirement at this time, which is in your main motion. So that's what you're taking the ordinance out of your main motion. So
Are we ready to call?
Ready? Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion,
on the amendment passes.
the motion on the amendment passes 5-0.
Now you have the main motion as amended, which is in essence what you just stated, that would be to continue the discussion regarding requirements of a workshop and require staff to bring back ideas.
Okay. So the main motion as amended, City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Davis?
4.
Mayor Pro Tem Callum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. At this time, we are at 9 o'clock. We are moving on to item number 11. I'll be quick. Every month we meet, City Council makes decisions that impact our finances. Having access to that financial data is important, and I find it as a convenience and good transparency where it's distributed to the public as a higher level of service, that it's provided in our agenda packets with no action needed, similar to the Pro Champs thing. This is simply an awareness. I saw where some other cities were doing it, and I loved it. This gives us a snapshot of our monthly financials. This is usually provided in our weekly update, but what this does is it's no extra work on staff on creating it. They would need to add it to the monthly agenda. For example, usually around the 20th of the month or 15th of that third weekly update in a month, they've got the prior month's financials, which usually times out really nice with the third week. But I don't care if the latest financials available would be fine with me. And so this is a request. I didn't want to ask, I could technically request it every meeting and make it an agenda item and go, Wes added on, discuss financials. I thought I'd just bring it to the council and say, it's usually about 3 pages in our financial report that would be added to the agenda, and it could just go the section called no action needed, informational as we listed here. So that's it.
So do you need a motion?
Well, if you're in favor of it, I think consensus works for me, and if anyone's opposed, and I want to make sure that Todd's okay with it and there's not any questions.
Well, if I may, Mr. Mayor, Todd, does that create any?
It's no skin off our nose. The the information's available, it's just making it available in a different location, a new location.
Thank you.
So my question is, we already have access and you want it in the agenda. Is that, you're wanting that so that we discuss it and we discuss the information, or you just want us to have it to see it again?
It'll be an insert in your packet every month. And so when citizens read that packet, when we read that packet, you got it's like it's just always there. And so when you're weighing in on an issue, you can see, hey, you can always go back and see your financials as a matter of convenience as a service.
It's an information item.
It's an information
That's
item.
regularly on the agenda. A lot of cities do that. I mean, it's not uncommon.
I'm perfectly happy with it.
Okay. And if we don't like it, we can take it away. It's just, it's not going to be like 20, 30 pages, right? It's just 3 or 4 pages. I
Yeah,
think.
latest available at time of agenda creation.
Yes. And like this month, there was an issue. It's a little behind. We wouldn't have had it by tonight, but that's okay. We'll work through it. So, okay. Anyone opposed to this? Say no. I think we have consensus. City manager, are you good?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, moves on to, how's this council doing? Doing okay? Do we need 5 minutes? Grind through, finish strong? Okay. Item number 12 is to review the provision in the solid waste agreement and recently adopted ordinance for dumpster rentals within the city limits, submitted by myself, Mayor Morrison. This agenda was brought to, or this issue was brought to my attention by a citizen who will actually is scheduled to speak tonight. His name is Scott Holmes and his wife. It was also brought to me by the citizen who spoke earlier tonight, Mr. Fernandez, who lives in Harbor Heights. The story that, just to refresh you, that we heard at the public comments was Mr. Fernandez went and his neighbor loaned him a dumpster, essentially. He was remodeling his home. Didn't charge him. It's a dumpster. We're friends. We're neighbors. He filled his first dumpster up, took it off, filled the second dumpster, took it off. He needs 3 more. I think they were like 10 or 15-yard dumpsters. He goes to get his third one. Well, at some point in there, I could be wrong, the city said, hey, that's not a Waste Pro dumpster. Our ordinances and the contract that we have with Waste Pro says that all dumpster rentals must go through the city of Waste Pro. Well, here he is, he calls Waste Pro. Long story short, he ended up paying $200 or $300 per dumpster, $600, when he had a friend that would give it to him for free, and I think he got some sort of potential violation or issue. So I wanted to echo that story. That, to me, when we passed this ordinance, I think it was 2 months ago, we had it in the contract that we signed back in 2014 with Waste Pro. I included that in here. That in simple, do we believe that Waste Pro should have an exclusivity on the dumpster rental? This has nothing to do with the trash containers. This is somebody wants to rent a dumpster. I've talked to our city attorney about it. I've talked to our city manager about it. We're going to hear from the citizens tonight. My hope is this council looks at this and we seriously consider making the changes that staff recommends. I don't even have a concrete recommended change that will allow us, citizens of this community, to choose whoever they want to rent a dumpster from. And I think that if we need to amend the contract with Waste Pro, we amend the contract with Waste Pro. One line item, strike through. Maybe we don't need to amend it. We don't need to unpack the whole thing, just this one issue. And if we need to change our ordinance, we change our ordinance. And with that, that's the issue at hand. We do have a public comment. I wanted to introduce it to you. If this council wants to hear the public comment first, we can do that.
I would prefer to hear public comment.
And before I go there, let's City manager or city attorney, I think we both spoke about this. Hopefully I've made sense here. Anything you want to add to what the concern is? Or
I'd like,
I want to identify the problem.
yeah, I'd like to hear the public comments so I
Okay.
fully understand the problem.
Got it. Thank you. Mr. Scott Holmes, please.
Thank you again. I am not only a citizen of Cape Canaveral, but I'm a property owner, I'm a business owner, and I own a company that handles roll-off dumpsters. So this problem is very near and dear to me, and I hear from citizens of Cape Canaveral quite often that they have problems renting dumpsters from Waste Pro. I'm not here to bash Waste Pro by any sense, but I do think that we need to separate what City of Cape Canaveral determines to be solid waste. Waste Pro is very important with picking up our residential garbage on a weekly basis. That's very true. But I think the citizens should have a choice when it comes to dumpster rentals, specifically dealing with construction debris. And there are some things that I just want to point out in the city ordinance, which I find alarming, and perhaps maybe you will too. One of the things that's stated in the city ordinance is it states that there's an intrusion of any person or entity into the field of solid waste collection and disposal represents a substantial threat to the public health, safety, and welfare of city residences and property. My company is just one example. We've delivered thousands and thousands and thousands of dumpsters throughout Brevard County this year alone. And not once have we hurt anybody or damaged anybody's property. And also, one of the things that the City of Cape Canaveral says is that construction contractors using their own dumpster are authorized to bring in their own dumpster. But yet a citizen can't rent a dumpster from somebody who's qualified to bring it out. However, the oversight with these contractors is nil. We all know what happens when we have a hurricane and we see all these plates come from Texas or Illinois bringing all these dumpsters and dump trailers in, and there's no oversight to them. Companies like mine, we have tons of oversight. We have to deal with FHP. We have, our trucks have to be annually inspected. We have physical exams for our drivers. We have to have CDLs. There's a whole bunch of oversight that our companies need to have, but yet the City of Cape Canaveral will let anybody that owns a dump trailer and happens to have a contractor's license now haul it into their city. Oftentimes those vehicles that are towing those dumpsters aren't in the right class limit for hauling the weights. The equipment that they're using has no oversight on it. They've got holes in them and so forth. You've seen things. If you've been to the landfill, you know what I'm talking about. But more importantly, I think the citizens need to be given the opportunity to choose who they want, providing that they have the right qualifications. And I do recommend that the City of Cape Canaveral have a permit process so they can bring in some revenue to the city, and they have certain qualifications that people need to meet to come into the city. And I'm all for that because I like to do things right and I like to be safe. And I think that's real important, not only with the citizens, but also their property. And I just think that we need to make a change in that part of the ordinance. And I've read everything, and I think the city manager has a lot of area of responsibility to be able to make this change. And I asked the council to also make that change. And I'd be more than willing to help because, like I mentioned, I'm a property owner. I'm a citizen of Cape Canaveral. I love this city, and I want to do what's right by the city. And what happened to Mr. Fernandez is absolutely wrong. There's no reason why he should have been treated that way. And again, I can talk to you at another point about all the different things that I hear on a day in and day out basis from the citizens of Cape Canaveral with the problems with renting a dumpster. And it should be so simple. It should be so very simple.
Went over a little time there, but I wanted you to wrap it up. But I think if you have a few more comments, we can let it go, but
I don't think we have enough time for that, however.
Okay, no, I was just making sure you're finished there, because we
Yes.
reached over the 3 minutes there,
Yes,
so making
yes.
sure you got everything.
Yes.
Okay, and so I do have a question.
Sure.
The first ordinance that you quoted, which one was that? Is it-
That is ordinance 31-2021.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's the same as I had. Thank you, Mr. Holmes, I appreciate it, and I think if council or staff has any questions, they can.
As far as dumpster size, you have all different sizes, large, small, every,
I'm actually glad you brought that up because dumpster size is a big issue. The city of Cape Canaveral doesn't have a lot of space when it comes to putting a dumpster in somebody's driveway. Not to mention if somebody orders one in a condo and you want to put it in a very small parking spot. Waste Pro likes to bring out large dumpsters. If you call them, they will tell you that they like to use their smaller dumpsters for new home construction, like a 15-yard dumpster, which is a shorter dumpster. They like to use it for new home construction in properties throughout Brevard County. But if you try to order one in Cape Canaveral, you're likely going to be pushed into a 20 or a 30-yard dumpster, even though that may not be what you need. And the size of those dumpsters are very long. They're 22 feet long. The dumpsters that I typically like to put out to residential homeowners are 12 feet long. They fit in people's driveways better. They're about the size of an SUV. They're a lot easier to place. We're not blocking the street when we're putting them down and so forth. And that's what other companies do as well. And again, I'm not here to bash Waste Pro. It's just fact. And I think it's far better for the community to have different sizes available to them.
thank you.
Thank you.
Your normal dumpster, how many cubic yards?
Well, a typical,
That you use?
A typical homeowner will get a dumpster that's in between a 12 and a 15-yard dumpster.
Okay.
And that's usually more than sufficient for them. They will use larger dumpsters if they've got big projects. You're welcome.
Councilmember Willis or Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Mr. Holmes? Okay, thank you. Thank you. If
Thank
there's
you very
anything
much.
else,
I appreciate your time.
Mayor, if it's helpful.
Yes, please.
We do have a representative from Waste Pro here tonight, Platt Loftus, if you'll raise your hand.
Hey, Platt.
He's
Thank you.
here, he's ready to speak and answer any questions you may have.
Yes, please. Thank you. Hey, Platt, how are you? Good, thank you.
Platt Loftus, Waste Pro Florida, here in Cocoa. Good to see some new faces. Congratulations on your elections and some former faces as well. I have been here tonight to listen to the two parties explain their issues. Mr. Fernandez, one thing I did hear that came out of his, and with all due respect to both parties, Mr. Holmes and Mr. Fernandez, he was a little dissatisfied that he couldn't get free service. If he gets free service, this whole room needs to get free service. There's kind of, solid waste cost, it's a service that costs a fee. Back to 2014, when the contract was renegotiated, construction and demolition debris was rolled into that contract. It was something that was more or less rolled in. What we have here is an economy of scale. We provide residential services, commercial services, and C&D services. And as a result of that bundling, if you will, we can give the residents of Cape Canaveral a very low residential rate. As a matter of fact, it's the lowest residential rate in this county for the city of its size. Each of these three services, residential, commercial, and C&D, they more or less leverage one another. If we were to extrapolate one of these services, such as C&D, that removes a lot of revenue from the contract that we have with the city. And that may push this contract from the black into the red. Now, on another issue, we have the pandemic. We have been, since the pandemic started, the inflationary measures with labor, steel, rubber, fluids, on, we have been incurring and have not approached the city for any remuneration in that regard, but that's a separate issue. But the picture I'm trying to paint is, if the contract is going to be chipped at, and it's the city's right to consider this, there will be a financial impact. There will be a financial impact with the residential rate per se. There are a lot of residences here. A lot of them are very, and I hear financial responsibility and due diligence is important here, but that would affect directly other rates. And essentially, we would have to approach the city manager for maybe different terms, another rate schedule or something like that. But my point is that there will be financial impact if this were to be removed. We do offer 12 15-yard containers. That's a little bit surprising. We offer 12, 15s, 20s, 30s, and 40s as well as anyone else. And if we do need to provide more 12s and 15s to the city and the residents, we will get more in stock. But I'm yet to hear of any complaints from any of our residences or businesses here in this city. Nothing but good things. So I'll leave it at that.
Can I ask you?
Yes, sir,
I'd like to
please.
ask you a quick, clarify, your opening statement was talking about the free, either I misunderstood you or I think you misunderstood Mr. Fernandez. I just want to explain back what happened.
Okay.
His neighbor loaned him a dumpster. His neighbor has a dumpster rental business.
Sure.
Friends helping friends. He didn't charge him. He didn't want Waste Pro. He paid Waste Pro. He bought 2 containers from you.
Okay.
He didn't want to have to pay Waste Pro. He wanted, his friend was sitting there willing to loan him 2 dumpsters again. But the city came by and says, you can't have those dumpsters. The city did their job. They enforced
Sure.
the provision. That's what happened.
I see. I understand.
And so that is a little different.
I got you.
Does that make sense?
My
Okay.
apologies.
No, that's okay.
Yeah,
And-
I'm clear now.
No, good. And to me, I haven't, it's not about the quality of service of Waste Pro. The citizens of Cape Canaveral are very happy with Waste Pro that I speak to, right? I'm happy. I think that this is about something that was approved back in 2014 that we don't necessarily like. And it's America.
Yeah. I
Free
get it.
enterprise, it's choice. And I think that even if no problems existed, it's just the principle of it, the values of it is, I think, what you're hearing. But we do have some real examples of some services that the options weren't there. The container wasn't there. The container was delayed. I heard a story about a citizen who has a roofing company. And the roofer showed up for the job, and the container could have been there that morning from the other service provider, and it was late by Waste Pro. And so it to me, not a big deal, but it's just about having more choice for the citizens.
I agree, Mr. Mayor. And I would also add to that I'm sure that's the exception, not the rule. But again, my point in approaching this body tonight is it's a bigger picture than just construction and demolition debris. And again, this was all taken into consideration, I'm sure, back in 2014 when this contract was renegotiated. How do we get the residents a low residential rate, the lowest in the county for their size? It's a big picture, and that's all I ask is that please consider the bigger financial impact of this if this were to be removed. I understand this is America. I'm all for that. There's nobody more red, white, and blue than me, but again, this is merely a non-emotional issue. It's merely financial at this point. So
Thank you.
That's all I have to say.
City Manager, did you have anything you wanted to add or any things that you felt weren't covered? I got a couple more comments, but.
No, I think that everything's being covered just fine, and I'm curious to see how this rolls out over discussion.
Do you understand the problem that citizens have brought to my attention, the
Yes.
challenge? Okay.
Yes.
City Attorney, do you understand the challenge?
I understand it very well.
Do you think, can you come up with some options that we can take? I think Platt was clear as day. I don't want to overcomplicate it. He's saying this is going to have a financial impact. I think that at this point, if this council desires, I would like for staff to work on coming up with a solution and bringing it back, or exercising what provisions you already have today. Maybe there isn't a path. I don't want to be focused on the solution, I think you guys will do that. I just wanted to bring the problem forward and hope you can fix it.
Well, when the city council approved the contract in 2014, it was with the full knowledge that there was going to be an exclusive provision rather, for Waste Pro to provide C&D dumpsters. Obviously, we didn't have this gentleman here at that time stating what's important to him as a resident and a business owner. And what he's saying is adding perspective now, 7 years later, that we hadn't considered. The city council, I don't know if any of you were here 7 years ago when we did that, but yeah, I think to any reasonable council member, without that perspective, it makes that council's decision a no-brainer. Of course we want to lower rates for all the residents. We're going to take advantage of everything we can in there. But let's say this gentleman was there in 2014. Would it have affected things? Possibly. I mean, you got to consider the impact of that, and Platt probably has experienced that too in his years. If it's just a financial thing, as Platt says, it's just business, and frequently when we think in terms of business, we think in terms very logically about the needs of the many versus the needs of the few. And I have to think that would have been considered by that council too. We've got one business versus 10,000 residents. Which is the greater need? And I think that's probably the filter that would have gone through at the time. So that's the history lesson. Now we're here today. What do we want to do about this? Do we want to open this back up for negotiation with Waste Pro to theoretically extract this provision from the contract and see what effect that would have on the rest of the residents of the city? I think that's one of the things we're considering here. Right? And I did have a talk with Platt earlier this week, and I asked him that, and it was an unfair question of me. How much would that be? And he said that's going to be weeks of analysis to come up with that. So if we want to task Waste Pro to do that and come up with that number that will, across the board, affect residential rates, we can task them to do that. I don't know if there are unintended consequences of that. Obviously, one of the benefits is we help a resident and a business owner. That's important to all of us. We want to see him succeed, of course. But is it worth that? And that makes it a very, very tough decision. You can't make that decision, though, without that evidence, those numbers, those metrics. But this is council's decision. Do you want us to investigate and find out what that number would be? Is that something worth pursuing at this time? Or we don't have to make that decision tonight. We're aware about it. It's a community issue. You can talk to your constituents. We can come back and revisit it. It's a tough issue.
I don't think it's that tough. I mean, I think that it makes perfect sense. What Platt is saying is that Waste Pro received revenue based on these rentals in over, say, a 3-year period or since 2014. That's an accounting export of whatever their process is he'll say, hey, we did, for easy math, $100,000 in dumpster rentals, right?
Per year.
Well, whatever.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know. I'm just using an example.
You're pretty
100,000
close.
per year. Am I close?
You're fairly close.
So you know the number?
Well, I do. Back to the city manager's point, we would have to run a very deep pro forma. Every line item would be analyzed over, I'm sorry.
No, but I just want to pause you there. I understand what you're talking about as far as COVID and rate. Sounds like, put this issue to the side. You're saying we're under the lowest rate, that you don't feel like things need to change in Cape Canaveral, whether this issue came up or not. Is that what you're saying?
You caught on to my earlier comment that the pandemic, and Mr. Holmes knows it, he'll back me up on this, I'm sure. And by the way, I'm not trying to beat you up at all. You're a garbage man. I love garbage men. The pandemic has created, not literally, the pandemic has created just a challenging atmosphere for Mr. Holmes and myself. And again, the cost of labor, the availability of labor, fuels, hydraulic fuels, diesel fuel, everything is we're all in an inflationary mode. That is an issue that I would eventually have to come to Mr. Morley about and address. With that being aside, if this segment, C and D, were to be removed, it's the council's, if it were to be the council's will, we would still have to create another pro forma to come up with a new rate schedule. It would be that dramatic of a financial impact, if that makes sense.
If we did not remove anything and we stayed the course with Waste Pro, will you be able to execute on the contract if all the rates stay the same for the remaining term?
We would more than likely, Mr. Mayor, still have to approach city in regards to an incremental price increase, whether this happens or not with C and D. If C and D were to be removed, it would simply accelerate the rate revision that we would eventually come to.
Okay.
And this is not just Cape Canaveral. This is each and every municipality that we cover in our entire footprint in the state. My company, my competitors, we're all in the process of renegotiating rates at some point with each and every municipality that we service. This pandemic situation is that severe. We are pre-COVID was simply a different reality in terms of economics. The whole paradigm of this industry is changing.
So there's two separate
Correct.
issues. And I think it's important this council understands is if this would have never been brought up, Waste Pro is telling us, hey, inflation, things have changed, material costs, shipping delays, all the things we see on the news. There's a desire for a rate change. So we have before us today a separate issue. We don't have citizens complaining on their rates, right? No one's told me, oh my gosh, my rates are too expensive, we got to change, right? But we do have citizens talking about their ability to choose. And so it sounds like the pro forma analysis to do the whole rate change, I understand the complexity of that, but to ask how much the rental dumpster business, that line item, that by itself should be something that shouldn't be a whole pro forma analysis, right? I mean, that's a pretty easy, you
yes,
said I was
but-
pretty close to $100,000, and so I assume you've got a ballpark.
Well, we did run a 4-year analysis, and we know exactly how many polls we did per year. In 17 and 18 were around 108. 2017 was 188 polls. 2019 was 127, and then the pandemic hit and it really cratered. It went to about half, if my memory serves me correctly. But yes, I mean, we can come up with an exact number, but again, it's a
I
part of the big
understand.
thing. Yeah, I don't mean
So, when in our mind, my thought was that whatever that number is, if it is, and this going back, if it is $100,000, well, that's what the rate change would need to be. And you're saying no, because we need to change rates anyways. I understand what's happening here. I just wanted to, and we're thankful for Waste Pro. You guys work
Thank
hard.
you.
Thank you so much. I'm also thankful for our residents and businesses. We're trying to find a balance here.
I understand.
And how you can survive without the dumpster business is one problem. How you can survive without the dumpster business and the cost of material changes is a new issue that I wasn't prepared to answer tonight.
Well, it's a big ball of wax, and it's very complex. And again, City of Cape Canaveral is not unique in that regard. It's across the board with every municipality in Brevard County.
Okay. I don't have any further comments. Anyone else?
I
Yes.
just have a quick question. When is our contract, when does it need to be renewed?
It ends 2024, I believe, September.
Yeah, we've got a few more years on it, and if I'm tracking with you, I think the concern and the analogy would be, there's not just one cat in this bag. If we open it up, there's several cats that might come out.
Well, yeah. He's negotiating with us.
Well-
I mean, he could make the change, but he's saying, no, you do that, we got to go this way. I mean, let's call it for what's happening. And I don't mean it disrespectfully, but he's saying he won't take there's legitimate problems, I think, and I trust staff will work on it. I think it's worth doing the exercise of finding out what that number will be.
And Mayor, if it pleases the council, perhaps there's some room to maybe strike a bargain for this period of in-between if we don't want to open the bag.
I would love that, for me.
And I'm just going to throw out an idea. The city attorney and I were looking closely at the Waste Pro contract, and it appears to define C&D service as limited to 20 to 40-yard dumpsters. The contract appears to define it that way, and I could be reading it wrong, but if I'm correct, that means anything smaller than 20 yards and anything larger than 40 yards are not regulated by that. So if there's room to compromise here, maybe we could look at containers under 20 yards are not subject to the exclusion.
I would be open to that. I'm sure my company would consider that.
Okay, and sir, how do you feel about that?
I think that would be a great compromise right now.
Okay, and then if we do that, we would go into further discussion, it doesn't have to be tonight, Mayor, about the process for vetting such companies that would provide dumpsters up to 20 yards.
Yes, and just as a side note, I believe Waste Pro also, they deal largely in commercial, and that's where the 20, 30, and 40-yard dumpsters really come into play. And for a company like mine, being able to service the residential needs, which would impact Waste Pro in a very, very, very small manner, but it would greatly impact the residents of Cape Canaveral in a positive way. I think that would be a great compromise.
So, Mayor, if this is of interest to the council, the council could do is authorize me to work with Platt and Anthony to verify whether my understanding is correct about the contract being 20 to 40, and then work with this gentleman and staff to create a process for companies to come in and qualify for that under 20. Anthony?
Yeah, no, I agree with the manager. I think looking at the franchise, there are certain exclusive services that have been granted to Waste Pro and certain non-exclusive services that are not expressly stated as exclusive. So, I mean, we're talking about construction and demolition debris services. And, you know, as the manager indicated, the current franchise with Waste Pro arguably doesn't cover container sizes less than 20 for construction and demolition debris services. So, you know, if that's the case and we had a mutual understanding regarding that, the current ordinance of the city would then allow non-exclusive C&D services under 20 cubic yard containers. And those other haulers would be required by city ordinance to likewise get a non-exclusive franchise or license from the city and be regulated and be monitored by the city. That's the process that the manager alluded to. That's currently in the code already to deal with it. But talk to Platt and Waste Pro about, you know, the scope of the exclusive C&D services to the existing franchise.
I think we can come to an agreement. I agree. And with Mr. Morley's direction, of course. I'm not buying you lunch, and you're not buying mine.
January meeting, bring it back, will that give you all enough time?
An update?
Yes, I mean, I think that's reasonable for us, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, we will provide an update for the January meeting agenda.
Counselor, are y'all good with that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Platt, thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Scott,
Thank
Haynes,
you.
thank you. Thank you all. No action needed there. I think we've got consensus from the
Yes,
council. We don't need a vote.
thank you, Mayor.
Item number 13. Do we want to discuss this or do we want to postpone it? I'll just come out straight. Merry Christmas, everyone. I mean, it's getting late and I know it's 9:37, but city manager, I think you put this on. I'm sorry, I should have said that. This is an awkward one because, you know, I
It
think
is
you put it
awkward.
on, it's about us.
Yeah, and if it's the council's decision to table it, there's certainly no hurry here.
Council, do y'all want to do that so we can get home?
Yes.
No, I don't want to, if somebody was really prepared to speak on this, I mean, please.
I'm prepared to make a motion that we table it.
Want to do it? Okay, let's do it. Okay, got a
I
motion.
second it.
Motion by Council Member Willis and a second by Council Member Raymond to,
Point of order? Do you want to table this, or do you
That-
want to postpone?
that's
to
why I
an-
paused.
Yeah, you're right, okay, I'll let you take care of it.
Postpone.
Whether you want to postpone it to a date.
you want to, what do you recommend?
Postpone.
It's whatever the council wants to do. There's a difference between obviously
I
tabling
think
and
he said
postponing.
table, because you got to take it off the table then, right? Postponing's cleaner.
Right, postpone
Let
gives
me-
the council the ability to direct that it be placed on a subsequent meeting agenda. Or not.
I do not have my cheat sheet in front of me, so yes.
Well, this is,
But
Good timing.
I'll make a motion that we postpone discussion
I'll second
The
it.
date.
with the
When do you want to
date.
bring it back? January? That would be the next meeting. That would be good.
Certainly January, the January council meeting.
Good.
I second it.
Got a motion on the floor to postpone the agenda item number 13, compensation for the city's elected officials to be discussed at the January 2022 meeting, and seconded by Councilmember Raymond.
And Mayor, before the vote, I just want to say something to people listening in or perhaps watching the recording. This is not a council-initiated item. Council did not request this. It was a citizen-driven item that I'm backing because I think it's after 30 years we should discuss it. Just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion? Got a motion and a second on the floor? Think? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay, City Clerk.
Councilmember Davis? Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
4.
Mayor Morrison?
4.
Councilmember Raymond?
4.
Councilmember Willis?
4.
That concludes our meeting agenda. We do have informational items. Are there any questions on that, on the pro champs? Any comments? Okay, yes, Mayor Pro Tem Kellum?
Yes, I'm really concerned if Pro Champs is doing their job. I've talked to a few people, and I'm surprised they're not here. People complaining that they're calling and calling, they're getting no answer. One resident, Mr. Feck, said he called, they asked him again if he wanted to be anonymous. And he said he's called just this week. He lives on Chandler, and he has a neighbor that rents for less than 7 days, 3 days at a time. They took his case to the special magistrate. They found him guilty, and the next day, he's renting for 3 days. This is a problem, and I don't think Pro Champs is doing their job. We have citizens that are sending me information that are more detailed than what we're getting from Pro Champs. I just don't know, and when you call several times, Mr. Feck did not get a complaint number. He called back several times, no answer. He complained online, gave all his information, did not get a response. I'm just concerned that they're not doing what we want them to do. And I don't know if other council, I wanted to bring that up to see if anybody else had complaints. And I have a question for Mr. Anthony. There's residents that have been doing the search that Pro Champs is doing, and they're finding places that are homesteaded, that are rented as, they don't live there, and they're renting out their homes. Does that get reported to the property appraisal? Does it go to code enforcement? And you can't, if you're not living in the home, you can't have it homesteaded. I mean, if you live in the house and you're renting out a room, I get it. But if you're not living there, if it's a business for you, you can't homestead it. And don't we need to track that? Because we charge different rates. And I don't think it's fair to the people in the neighborhood that the house next door is being homesteaded and is being run like a hotel.
Are you asking, are they tracking homesteads with rentals?
Are they, and I'm asking Anthony, you can't homestead a business. Is that right?
Can I was notified. Can I just add to your question, please?
Okay.
The homestead exemption that was brought to my attention, that was being claimed, the resident lived there. So they fell on, and
But
one
there's-
step further, they were in the commercial zone. So the entire regulations are essentially out the window at that point, right? I mean,
7-day rental does
7-day.
not apply
so
in
they
commercial.
were violating the 7-day and they were claiming the homestead. Well, he lives there and the 7-day doesn't apply. And that was just one example, but I think it's a good question to ask. Are they tracking that?
The homestead issue would be, to the extent that the city had any information and knowledge that a property may not be homesteaded, the proper protocol would be to notify the
Appraiser.
the property appraiser or tax collector's office, and they have a whole, they have individuals that their job is to research and come to conclusions whether or not a person is properly homesteading their property, and the tax collector has the ability to, revoke a homestead exemption and also seek, payment of tax difference under certain circumstances. So, I can't speak to that particular issue, but, the issue of homesteading is typically not a city issue.
Now that we've quantified them, we have something we've never had before. They're in a spreadsheet. That can be sent to the property appraisers, right? And just say, verify where the homestead exemptions, because I think the citizen that has reached out to Mayor Pro Tem Callum has probably reached out to all of us at some point. And they're finding these, to her point, and then I'm like, well, that one's this, and I'm like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? And then I'd send it over to Dave, and Dave's working on it, and we get the list. And so I do share the same concern, but I think if the homestead exemption isn't in the scope of work, I don't remember seeing it. But I think if it's not, that's something I think we could do ourselves as the
We
city.
can forward it to them.
Yeah, we handle that. And as our city attorney says, hey, here's the 300 properties we have. Flag all the homestead exemptions on here, and let's make sure that they're utilizing those provisions where you're allowed to live there and rent, however that methodology is.
I'm not sure off the top of my head whether or not just engaging in some level of vacation rentals disqualifies somebody from homesteading their unit. It may be more complicated and detailed than that to lose a homestead exemption. So I wouldn't just caution jumping to the conclusion that because they may have rented their property out a couple of times in any given year that they are now disqualified from homestead.
I agree.
Yeah, so it's
I'm just saying flag them.
Yeah, you could
Just
flag
so
them.
you know where they are. It's not gonna be a lot, my guess. Most property owners live out of state. I mean, the data's there.
Mayor,
Yep.
I'm sorry, with respect to Mayor Pro Tem Callum's comment, her comment was basically that she's concerned that Pro Champs is not doing their job, and she listed several other things. What we could do is bring this back yet again for the January update as an update, because remember they said that they're going to be compiling for 3 months, and they needed till first week in January, and that period's up, and then they're going to have evidence of this. We could have a representative here for that update, and we can see where we are, if that's helpful.
And I think the biggest, I take responsibility for the failures of the pro champs agreement. And we've talked about this. And you take responsibility. Dave Dickey takes responsibility, our community service, and pro champs take. And if we're all taking responsibility, because this, when our council gets approached by citizens, it makes us look bad. And it's like, hey, you guys had the solution, it's not working. And I know when we sit in this seat, we want to defend staff and support. And my request to you is to go, who on the city staff is really writing this and auditing it? Because I understand pro champs might have their weaknesses, but mystery shop them, fill out those forms, call them. I called and I've had no answers. I mean, I did it in your office with you. I sat in front of Todd and I said, no answer, beep, beep. And we went through this. And Todd's like, what the heck, and we went through it and we got it. But the good news is we got it fixed quick. And I think that if you were to go through the mechanics of the procedures of that contract and say, are these things being done? I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Kellum, and I think it's going to be really easy to find there are some serious gaps. And if somebody's not writing and administering that contract, it'll be glaring. But I have full faith you'll do it.
We'll be reviewing all of those points at our staff meeting tomorrow.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have one question of Mr. Morley. Do you know the staffing level they have in their call center? Because it's a contract call center.
Yeah.
And normally they will staff it at 1.5 or something like that. And I have experience with call center companies, and they do drop the ball when they do not have
Adequate
absolute coverage.
I do not have that answer, but again, we can try to find out.
Well, I think for our next update, it would be good to have that.
Comments on this information item?
I have a question for Anthony. Do they have to have a DBPR license in our city? Or do they just?
A what?
Department of Business Regulations.
Yes.
I believe they do in order to be a vacation rental.
And is Pro Champs monitoring that if they have these?
That's a submittal requirement to register. They have to have that 509 license.
When Council or Mayor Pro Tem Kellum says that she's getting better reports from citizens, I would say whatever report you're getting, give that to our city manager. I think he's got it, okay? And
I'm gonna
say,
forward
hey,
to him
Pro
right
Champs, do this. This is what we want. This is a work product that we value, to show. And I think that would be good. I'm patient with them. This really started on October 1, so October, November. We really are 70 days in, and so. Like you said, 90 days, hopefully we got better information.
It's a long time problem for the residents. We've been at this since how many years now?
We're all excited to see this program work.
Right.
But as you say, we're only so many days into it, and it's all new for us. But every month we go by and we talk about it, we learn more things, we get more tips, and that's helpful. I'm thankful for this discussion.
Yes, thank you. I think if we keep it in front of us, we'll be good. Who's ready to say meeting adjourned?
Me.
No reports.
Do you want to report? Does anybody want to report?
It's early. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yes, let the record show that this council wishes the citizens of Cape Canaveral Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thank you all for hanging in with us. We are at 9:51. City Manager, any
Merry
reports?
Christmas to entire council and Anthony and everyone out there.
Thank you. And thank you, our staff, city clerk, city manager, attorney, deputies, everyone. The Honorable Shannon, Dr. Roberts, thank you for joining with us tonight. Yes, well, this meeting is adjourned.
No.